Good afternoon, everyone. We can open our architectural board review agenda for March 7th of 2022 and start with our roll call, please.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Anderson.
Here.
Board Member Block.
Here.
Board Member Noon.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on today's agenda. You can follow the instructions on screen to raise your hand, and that will let staff know that you would like to speak. Do we have anybody out there?
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to give public comment on an item not on today's agenda, please raise your hand to signal that you would like to speak, and I will go ahead and call on you. All right, so I don't see any hands raised for general public comment, and we did receive written correspondence from Paulina Khan regarding an item not on today's agenda. And so with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes from February 22nd.
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? No? Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, Chair Moore.
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and now the consent calendar for February 22nd, please.
Move we accept as presented.
Okay. I can second that. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's vote, please.
All right, Chair Moore.
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries. Thanks.
Okay, and then today's agenda, if we could have that read.
Chair Moore, we had one item on today's consent calendar. This was for 4137 Hidden Oaks Road. This was kind of we just needed to see this project again. It was already approved and was granted project design and final approval, but we did not grant or we did not give the project compatibility analysis. So today we did, and that was the only item on consent. Thank you.
Okay.
Move we accept as presented.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? No? Let's vote, please.
Okay, Chair Moore.
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to announcements, requests by applicants, future agenda items and appeals. Mr. Russell, did we have a chance to dig up our consent agenda?
We did, and
Calendar?
Yes, thanks to Mary, it looks like Commissioner Noon and Commissioner Six, I believe, are on for the month of March. Let me see if I can find that schedule again.
That's correct.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
just pull it up for your reference again, but so 6 and noon are on for the next.
All right.
So where would we find this if, for instance, we needed to contact someone about taking our place?
I can email this out to you.
Thank you.
That'd be great. I have an announcement. I need to step down from item 3 as we're involved with a parcel adjacent to that project. And I will also be away for item 4 at that point. Anyone else? Anything to add? Any subcommittee reports? Nope. Okay, then let's close general business and move on. If we're ready and we have our applicants, we can go to item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm working on promoting the applicants now.
Okay, I'll do the project intro and then we should be ready to go. So this is item 1, 219 East Haley Street. This is revised project design approval. This project received PDA in January of 2020. The project has been revised to a larger building of 28,070 square feet versus 26,835 square feet, with an average unit size of 762 square feet versus 725 square feet. And the building is proposed to be 48 feet tall versus 45 feet tall. Project has also added private rooftop decks and access to townhouse units, fenestrations, and floor plans. The proposal is for a new mixed-use development using the AUD program. The proposal includes demolition of 7 existing structures, housing 8 residential units, and the construction of a 4-story, 34-unit mixed-use development. Unit mix will range between 15 2-bedroom units, 18 1-bedroom units, and 1 studio, ranging in size from 408 to 1,158 square feet, with an average size of 762 square feet. Also proposed are 2 commercial spaces totaling 1,783 square feet. The proposed density on this 23,974 square foot parcel will be 61.8 dwelling units per acre on a parcel with a general plan land use designation of commercial industrial / medium high residential. 37 to 63 dwelling units per acre in the priority housing overlay. There will be 36 covered parking spaces for the residential units and 3 covered parking spaces for the commercial area. Project requires a development plan approval finding for a small non-residential addition as defined in the municipal code. PDA is requested and requires substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on January 27th, 2020. Okay. It looks like we have applicant and Ms. Broderson. Perhaps she would like to do a little intro for us.
Good afternoon, Chair Moore and board members. Yes, the project was, as you said, received project design approval in 2020. And since then, the new AUD ordinance has been updated to allow taller buildings, about 3 feet tall. So the applicants would like to take advantage of this extra height. And they also reconfigured some of the units. And the footprint remains the same. And they are still providing parking, although now that the new AUD ordinance has been updated, and they're also located in the central business district, the max parking is that's allowed is 1 space per unit. So they still are overparked for this project. And we did a formal noticing to make sure that we notified any surrounding neighbors or any interested parties that this project was changing. And the applicant is here to request a revised project design approval for the new changes.
Okay. Before Ms. Broderson, I have questions for her regarding the zoning aspects. Can you tell us a little bit more, Ms. Broderson, can you tell us a little bit more about the maximum 1 parking space per unit? And so that's means one space per unit plus the commercial parking.
Right.
So what is the actual maximum parking that they need?
The actual maximum parking would be for the commercial space, which is 1 per 250. So they, like I said, they are overparked the building because they don't need to provide parking for the AUD units. That was part of the change that the council made when they updated the AUD ordinance.
Okay. But they have at least one space per unit?
At this time they do, yes.
Okay. And then tell us more about the 48-foot height limit.
Yes, the council, again, when they updated the AUD ordinance, they raised the maximum height from 45 to 48 feet. So the applicant is taking advantage of that height just to get a little bit more space for the utilities in the garage and make the units more livable. Sometimes, you know, a smaller building might look more attractive from the outside, but when you are living in a unit that has lower ceiling heights, doesn't always pan out as much as attractive on the inside as it does on the outside. So the council raised the height to 48 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
Yes, Chair Moore, a general question. Since we have reviewed this and made some kind of approval on it, if I'm not correct, what is our job today? Are we actually starting from zero with a potentially new design, or are we prevented from changing that, or must we move on? I'm just not clear on, since the project has made changes, what is our role in assessing those changes as opposed to the ones we've already made? That's more of a question for staff, I believe.
Sure. Chair Moore and Board Member Whalen, I believe the main point of your review today is to look at the changes that have been made between the last PDA and today's PDA. And that mostly means the reconfiguration of the building and the height changes.
All right. Well, then I would hope that some detail could be made in where those changes are made in the height and the square footage in a very detailed way. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Moore,
Yes.
I have a follow-up on that. I reviewed not only the changes, but I think they have advanced the elevations to hardline now, and I've reviewed those. And if, even though they're not relevant, would it enhance or streamline the project if we just commented on some items that I found that might help guide the applicant when they continue and have further reviews?
Well, let's let the applicant make their presentation, and hopefully they concentrate on the changes that they've made. I'm sure they will. And then why don't you lead us off with any questions after that point?
Very good. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brodesson. Okay, if we have our applicant. Welcome
Good
back.
afternoon, Chair Moore and fellow board members. Yeah, I should also have Ryan Mills as to present with me, and Kim True Landscaping. I'm Ed Devasene with TMH Architecture. Good to see you all.
Mr. DiVicente, again, those names, I don't know if I see them.
Ryan Mills.
Ryan Mills.
And Kim True. Otherwise, this will be a very short presentation.
I see a couple.
You have several Mr. DeVicentes logged in.
Maybe I can just promote them. Yeah, there's like 5 of you.
That's interesting. Yeah, there's one with the hand up. Looks like that might be Ryan Mills.
Okay. Ryan, can you just confirm that that is you?
Oh, that's Kim. Interesting.
Okay. I'm promoting other division. Okay, perfect. There we go. There's 3 of you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Three,
right.
Ed. Fantastic.
Okay, so I hope that is all your applicant team. If not, just let me know.
It is. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Russell.
Perfect.
Okay, if you could keep your presentation to 15 minutes or less, that would be ideal. But introduce
Sounds
yourselves
good.
and take us through your changes.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Again, Ed Devisone, architect with DMHA. And we have Ryan Mills, principal designer at DMHA, and Kim True with True Landscaping as well. So I'll do a quick intro here and as to why we're bringing you a revised project, and then Ryan will take you through the details, and Kim will talk through the minimal changes to landscaping. So as noted, the project received project design approval January 27, 2020. So just over 2 years ago. And then things went on hold with the construction cost increase, and the project actually has since changed ownership. So we've taken a look at the project with the new ownership and have worked to make some quality updates to it. Also working with staff on the AUD rule changes, and we've been fine tuning the ground level with parking, trash, kind of to make all that flow a little better. Again, some of the rules have adjusted, so we've been able to just make things flow a little easier. So we're here for a revised PDA. We've also added, Mr. Russell, I want to make sure you've got these too. We also added some view sims, which did get presented to Planning Commission. And we added the view sims of the new project in comparison so you can see that. Oh, perfect. So we'll take you through that at the very end. That way, after you see all the changes in detail, you can see how it looks and feel from up and down the street. With that, I'll hand it to Ryan to take you through the details.
Great. Thank you, Ed. Okay, I'm going to hit the overview and then we'll just address changes sheet by sheet. So just in general, what's different about the project? As you can see on this cover image, in what we intended to do is to maintain look, feel, mass, bulk, scale, again, except with the obvious 3-foot height increases. There's no proposed aesthetic changes to the project as a whole. So that's just sort of overarching everything. But the big moves for today that we'll take you through and what we're really looking to update our PDA with is the height change, 45 to 48. And then in doing that, we introduced roof decks for the townhome. So nothing on the 4th floor, just roof decks to the 3rd floors. So the overall height isn't greater than that 48. And associated stair towers to get to those. So that's another change. The back northeast corner of the project is really the one place where we massaged the elevations and some unit plans. I'll take you through that. Other than that, a couple interior unit type changes, which I'll take you through briefly. Otherwise, fine tuning, as Ed mentioned in the podium, a little bit of fine tuning in the units and detailing. There was a handful of comments from the board 2 years ago on detailing, which in general, largely we agree with. We haven't addressed them all. We just kind of wanted a broad brush. Are we back on track before we address all of those? So that's just sort of how we want to set the picture. Okay, so let's go to, here's the cover sheet. Let's go to PDF sheet number 2. And I assume that's what you'd like me to call out is the PDF sheet numbers. Site photos for those who haven't seen the project. I presume we're all familiar with it at the time, the streetscapes, which we showed before. So let's go to next page of the PDF, page 3. Quick overview. This is just helpful to understand. It's our code sheet, but it just kind of gives you, starting at the very bottom, just a quick overview of the 4 levels. The podium, ground floor at the bottom. Then the next one up is the podium level with units. The next one up is the 3rd floor, just shows how it starts opening up. And then at the very top, the 4th floor, which is sort of just that northwest corner of the parcel. So that's just a good overview that we can come back to. Okay, let's jump to PDF page 10. on this. This will be an aerial, neighborhood aerial photo for context. So you can see we're right smack dab in the middle of this block. So empty corner parcel of Santa Barbara and Haley, which you'll see in our sims. Then the next parcel up is Lowe's Towing, our neighbor to the west. And then there's our parcel right midboard there. Yep, just for context. So this is something the board requested the previous time we went through. So here it is for context. Okay, let's go to PDF page 14. And I'll take you through the ground floor. So let's zoom in. I'm gonna go really quick and we can circle back around with any questions. But so there's some minor parking changes. If you have questions, we'll take you through before. Otherwise, we've just kind of pushed and pulled on storage, on the bike room. We worked with transportation to accommodate the bikes appropriately. A 5-foot path to get to the bikes was a change from the previous 4. That's something that generated a few changes. And then otherwise, the trash room, which is behind Commercial 101 there at the bottom, we made adjustments there to work again with transportation and trash to make sure that all works around the accessible path. And let's see, and then moving all the way to the right, just a little bit of fine tuning with our planters. We actually were able to pull them back a little bit and push them down into the ground. Those 2 large planters along our right-of-way are bioretention. And they're doing a lot of the work, but happily they're kind of split. They're half up and half below grade. So they're now at like a seating height for those outdoor spaces. So we're very happy with that. So that's the first floor. Let's see, if you pan up, I think is the second floor. Or no, let's just go to the next PDF page. Okay, and then let's start on the second floor on the lower. The lower one is our second floor. If you don't mind, yeah, let's just go zoom in a little bit more to the right. We'll start on the right side of the plan. So if you can pan, okay, starting on the right, that's side facing Haley Street. Again, no major changes, a few things to point out. So if you can see on the top right, units 203 and 204, those top 2 right ones, we've actually pulled back 2 feet from the street. So that's one new massing change to help us work through our view triangle down at the bottom. We missed that, we were encroaching just a tiny bit. So we actually pulled all of that massing back. So we thought that was good. And then the next thing to point out, kind of moving south of the front courtyard, you'll notice there in our main courtyard, whoever's using the cursor, that's helpful. You see the stair there, and just below the stair are our trash chutes. We have a new trash chute system going at all levels, all the way down to the parking structure. And then just left of the cursor now, unit 217. Here's one of, I think, 3 unit changes. So all of these units along this bottom plan south, but it's really the west property line, these were all townhome units before. Now we have not changed the massing of those, but we opted for converting like 217, instead of 2 townhouses next to each other, they're now 2 flats. So that's what we just kind of rotated the plans just to create a little more variety. And then, so let's pan towards the back of the project. Keep going towards the very back. And then similarly, the very back unit, unit 212, we did the same thing. Previously, those were 2 townhomes next to each other, 212 there. And now again, they're 2 stacked flats instead. Again, massing did not change. And then top left corner, units 211, 210, and 209, we've just massaged and refined. So you can kind of see the angled sawtooth stepping along the property lines. There was, it was a little more fussy than that. We had a tower element, we pushed and pulled quite a bit more. So we just thought we kind of just calmed down that back facade. It's not really viewed by any right-of-way, or we actually think this is an improvement to the elevation, improvement to the unit plans, and provide a little more comfortable outdoor space in our opinion. Okay, so let's see, any other notes on that one? If not, oh, another important thing. So along the bottom west property line, so all those old townhouse units, one of the previous ABR comments were pull back trellis elements. We had on the podium level and upper levels, we had trellises that extended from the building out to the property line on top of parapets. Comment was pull those back. So we did that. We actually eliminated that across all of that podium, that west podium line. So, and are now cantilevering or adding just awning. So we kind of pulled that back for that comment. Okay, let's see, next sheet. Actually, no, let's pan up to the next floor up. There's two, there we go. So likewise, it's basically a duplicate of all the comments we just covered. This floor essentially stacks on the second floor. So these are duplicates. So again, a couple townhouses switched, the top left 3 units got simplified, and then pan to the right. I guess we're zoomed in. We have the units pulled back and the trash chute. Okay, let's go to the next page. So is this, let's see what, nope, next page, please. Okay, we should be PDF page 15, is that right? Yes, okay, so this is our top floor. So we just saw the stacking second and third floor. So now here's our 4th floor. So let's zoom in a little closer. And I'll take you through, let's start on the right. So this is our flex space. It's like a community gathering place that for parties, birthdays, maybe exercise, maybe game room. So it's just sort of a community or a project-wide amenity space. It's pretty small. We've just developed it a little bit more. We increased it in size. So previously, the deck was even larger. So we opted with the new ownership team to give a little more space to the interior and a little less to the exterior. We didn't think we wanted too many people out there anyway. So that was a slight change. Now we're showing a bathroom facility for that and a bar area for that amenity. And then likewise, okay, so now we're starting to see on this level, the rooftop decks. So you can see, let's start on the bottom right, if we can zoom in a little bit. There we go. So really quickly, you see our trash chutes at this top level. It's then an open deck. We walk elevators, the next thing you see to the left. And then we have our shared roof deck space left of the elevator shaft. And then separate, you start seeing these stair towers. So then the next, you see a stair tower to the left of that, a private rooftop deck. So here's how these roof decks are just for the units, they're below them. So here's one, you can, as you kind of move left, you can see how we utilize the stairs up. We used a couple different forms, and which you'll see a little more clearly in elevation and the 3D views in Sims. So this is all of the rooftop decks along here. And then keep panning left in the very back. There's rear. Keep going all the way to the left of the screen. There we go. And then in the back here as well, that's that rear unit. The flat has the largest roof deck kind of facing north. Okay, now let's go to PDF page 19. We'll run through elevations. We'll talk about some more of the changes in these. Okay, as Mr. Six mentioned, we actually have both our Revit elevation, which has all the information, kind of the detailed information, just to kind of prove the concept, and then the rendering above. I believe, Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we had the same format last time. We had both Revit elevations and rendered elevations. So
that's correct. Both,
okay.
Both were presented last time as well.
Okay. So Mr. Six, this is the same as before, just with updated changes. So Let's just go to the top elevation on the right, if we can zoom in, and I'll move. So the right side, this is that northeast corner, kind of the farthest back of the property. This is the area we probably did the most elevational change to. So you can see there, each of those 3 white stucco stacked unit boxes, 1, 2, and 3, and then the darker warm gray between the 1 and 2 is the elevator or the stair tower. So before, again, there was more pushing and pulling, and we just decided it was okay to be a little calmer and repetitive and simpler. So if anything, that was a move we made throughout, was keeping things a little bit simpler. But just wanted to point out, this is probably the most elevational change of the whole project. As we move to the left, you'll notice the podium level still remains the same. No plan changes, and the concept is the same. These poured in place gray concrete sections are set back and die into the stucco versions, or stucco parapet walls. And then another comment the board had last time was kind of work on that transition between these 2 podium walls. So where we have the gray poured in place concrete, we have a metal rail sitting on top. And before, they were just kind of butting up against rails and the stucco wall. What we've done is introduced, I don't know if you can see it at the podium level, introduced these little parapet dog ears, is for a lack of a better word. Similar to the chimney details we're using at the top of the project, we've now introduced down at that podium level, and it allows a stepping up, maybe from 6 to 12 inches, and it gives the rails a nice home, more stucco to terminate into. So that's how we addressed that comment throughout.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mills. Let's move to the hardline drawings now that we're at that point.
Okay.
Chair Moore, while we're at it as well, I just wanted to let the applicants know, and you know as well, that 15-minute timer has gone off.
Okay. Mr. Moore, should I just keep going even faster?
Well, let's just, I'd take us through the hardline drawings.
Sure. Yep.
And since they're the most accurate.
Yep. Okay. So let's zoom in a little bit. What I was covering was some of those features. So along the podium level, you can see where we introduced the little stucco dog ears, and the rails get to die into that. There's a couple.
In particular, the heights. So any changes in heights, if you could hit those.
Sure. So this elevation, the east elevation, is also the only 4th floor, which went from 45 to 48. Here you see the dashed line along the top is the 48 max height limit. So you can see the overall massing is just below that by 6 to 8 inches, with exception of our chimney features do pierce that, which we're allowed to do. But you can see there's the change. Just beyond, you see one element in the middle there that is higher. That's our elevator tower. Again, an architectural feature in circulation, pierces that height limit, which is also allowed. One other thing to point out is you see on the 4th floor, those 2 cantilevered trellises. Again, they used to go a little farther and rest with posts on the outboard walls. For the comment, we pulled all that back and hung it off the building. Okay, let's go to the next sheet. And if I don't touch on anything else, virtually those elevations, the fenestration did not change. It's just the height and some of the movement that went with it. Okay, so let's go to the bottom right view. This is an important one. The hard line, here's our street elevation. Again, the changes here are actually less. So the facade elevation that you see is 1, 2, and 3 stories tall. Only went up about 6 to 8 inches. So we didn't grow that much more. We grew 3 feet kind of with the project behind it, but this front elevation didn't need it. It felt comfortable enough. So we grew by about 6 to 8 inches throughout that elevation. Otherwise, the front elevation, fenestration, mass bulkhead scale is nearly identical. The big things that we worked hard at, where again, you can kind of see the planters at the bottom got to seat height level. So, and then in the middle, what you see is the garage opening is a car gate and a man gate pushed well back at the back of the opening. We could look at and plan when we come back to that. Okay, if you pan to the right is another elevation we can cover quickly. This is the north or rear elevation. Again, fenestration is nearly identical. The big change is sort of the 4-story massing on the left. You can see because that max height limit is a 3D plane, back here we're well under that even with the revised project, the way it steps down at this portion of the property. Otherwise introduced a couple awnings, and then again on the roof deck. So the 2 units you see on the right are previously the townhouse units. Now they're the 2 flats. You can see some of the architectural, those little dog ear details. And then beyond, this is what's new. You can see at the back of this deck is the stair towers, sort of the little dog, we call them dog houses to enclose the stairs. And then obviously the towers moving well beyond. Okay, let's zoom out. I think that was all the elevations on this sheet. Yep, let's go to the next page. This should be the west elevation. Why don't we zoom in on the, yep, zoom in there. Let's start on the left. That's the rear of the property. Again, these are those quote unquote townhouse side units. So you see the hardline version is what's closest to this property line, and the 4th floor you see is beyond 60 to 70 feet on the other side of the Paseo. But you can see we've just introduced a little more that chimney cap detailing throughout. It kind of gives, again, a nice little composition along this. And then how we dealt with the stair towers. It's kind of hard to see, but right down the middle of this elevation, we can use the cursor, yep, to go left and up. A little to the left there, see that tower? So that's one of those, one of the stair towers that we actually intentionally brought forward to break up this mass. And if you look at the rendered ones, these are darker earthy colored units. We use that as an opportunity to split them in half and have like a tower element that was a complementary tower to the elevator tower to the right. Man, this would be easier in person. This is all. Let's see, let's keep moving this direction. Again, you can see no trellises. Now it's more Juliet balconies and awnings. Our stair tower, or sorry, our elevator tower is the one thing you're seeing that pierces our height limit again. And then stepping down towards the street, again, for the most part, identical to the project before. This was another comment. So there was conversation with the board. You see the stucco box that's floating over the poured-in-place concrete wall at Haley. It was something we're studying. A couple board members suggested bringing the stucco all the way down. We'd still like to kind of feel that out with you guys, maybe next time. We're open to studying, but we kind of like that it's floating in this case. Okay.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
Okay, details we'll skip right over because again, they're the same that it got approved last time. No changes to the detailing. And then why don't we go to, I'll skip sections. Let's go to, how about page 26? Just for reference. We have axonometrics, and then these views are all updated if you want to refer to them. It shows particularly the top left one, all the new massing, but it really shows that in context all the way around. So that's there. Landscape, we have landscape to cover, and then view sims are very important. So let's hit, do we want to give Kim a couple minutes on landscape? It's virtually identical.
Very briefly, just cover any changes, please.
Okay. So that would be page PDF 13.
Okay, so we did receive positive comments. We haven't made any changes to the plant palette. Can we go one page back?
Sorry, page PDF 12 is what it should be.
And okay, so there've been no changes. So Brian already mentioned at the street level, we lowered those 2 bioretention planters down, so there's seat walls now. The other only real big change is the 2 fountains we have are now planters, and we're going to keep that Spanish fountain aesthetic with the tile, but we're doing succulents in the fountains now, and creating those as central features. And we've retained all of the trees, the large generous planters on the podium, and everything else, the hardscape, everything else is the same.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And Mr. Moore, lastly, just if we want to put up the Sims, that was the other file, just a quick peek. Ed, do you mind taking them through this, the sheets?
Sure. Yeah, and we can do it quickly. We have 2 vantage points. This is from Garden Street. So when it went to Planning Commission, there were story poles. So that's what you're seeing there, is the story poles that were on site with the previous PDA project. So let's go to the next slide. And so here we just layered in the model, and so that everyone could see that it matches up with the story poles essentially. And let's go to the next page. Here we show the finished product, if you will, with the previous PDA. And the next page is our new proposed revised project. So if you can flip back and forth here, the board can see the difference. Just go, yep. And then forward. So that's how you can see, and we can come back and toggle these if the board wants to see those or look more closely. Next slide, we move to Santa Barbara Street, the other intersection where the project can be seen again. These are the story poles, the previous design. Next page. Layering in our modeling, transparency, next page. And then, so that was the approved project last time. And the next page, the proposed project. So here you can toggle between the 2 again. You'll be able to see those differences. Makes it a lot clearer to understand how the roof decks and those stair towers above the trend. And then I think the board also knows there's a proposed project on the corner here that's a few stories tall. And so most of our project will be hidden by that.
We are aware. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. We need to move to public comment. If anybody in the public would like to address the board regarding this project, you can follow the instructions on the screen. Do we have anybody with us today?
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So yes, if any member of the public would like to speak on item 1, please raise your hand to indicate that you would like to speak, and I will go ahead and call on you. All right, so I don't see any hands raised at this time, and we did not receive any written correspondence. So with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and go to questions. Vice Chair Six, do you want to lead us off?
Why me first? I didn't raise my hand.
You were chomping at the bit, I could tell.
So if I don't understand that let's talk about the 4 stories with the full units on the 4th story. The nature of the height increase from 45 to 48, is that because of floor to floor or because of parapets, or I didn't see any numbers changing the floor to floor. What is the height increase on that side?
Let's see, the section page is probably the best place to answer that. Let's see, what sheet is that? PDF page 22. Yep, that middle one, it's probably the middle one is probably the great one to look at. On the right side gives all the heights. Just the middle one, enlarge as much you can, as best you can. Okay, so here's, as you all probably know with these projects, the previous 45 was extremely challenging to actually do a 4-story in. I think everyone's finding out. So, if we can pan, actually, let me move this box.
So
Okay,
so the 45.9 at the roof was actually moved up, is that correct?
yeah, that's calling out the top of roof structure. So now our parapets, you know, conceal a little more of that. So as you can see, so these are all accurate drawings. So here's the considerations. Podium, obviously, right now we're showing we have a 14-foot floor to floor, gives us about 12.6 in the parking structure. This is an extremely deep lot. So we're, you know, even that height is pretty darn tight to run all your plumbing back to the front of the project. So don't think that's going to get any shorter. The more room we have there, the better. And then as we move up, the typical unit, so the second floor, the third floor, there you can see we're a 10.8 floor to floor, again, considering structure of 14 to 16 inches. We're always, we're shooting.
Was that it before? Has that changed, increased?
We were, yeah, so now you're seeing
Okay.
we're at 9 foot clear for the typical
So
unit.
Ryan, I can
Yeah.
jump in here. It was
Yeah.
the previous floor to floor was 10 feet, and they're now 10.8 on
Okay,
the 3 levels.
Thank you very much. Okay. Then so on the if we can go to somewhere where we can see the plans of the new stairs up to the floor decks. Now the floor, the roof decks, excuse me, the roof decks.
So let's see, third floor PDF page 15, maybe? Third floor? Is that a good place to look? There we go. Or would you like to see the fourth floor, the roof deck level?
Fourth floor would be good.
Okay, let's go to PDF page 17.
Yeah. Now, all of these private rooftop decks will have 42-inch high railings, correct?
Correct.
And so they were only 18 before? Because it was just a roof, correct? Or
There was a range. We had a range of parapet heights just for variety, yes.
Okay.
But yes, now they're all higher.
Okay, and are there going to be any amenities on those roof? What is it decked with? What are anticipation for amenities and so forth on those rooftop decks?
Good question. We're not proposing any. We're as shown, it's a hardscaped area. Ed, are you aware of any future? We're not asking for anything else up there except a hardscaped area.
Okay, so can we go to hardline elevation showing some of these roof stairs?
Let's see. Let's
Page
do
21.
page 21.
Yeah, can we really tightly zoom in on that? Yeah. So it appears that, well, what I would be questioning you, was there any, okay, let's do a question here. Or was there any study or attempt to, as these stairs descend, they are increasing in ceiling height to the very fourth floor roof. Was there any attempt to step these down with the slope of the stairs?
Yes. You're suggesting just slope the roof to the minimum height over the treads or the stair moving down. Yeah.
Yeah, zigzag it as your language is created here.
Yes, Mr. Six, we did. We looked at the slanting. We started there. chose not to go that route. I mean, from the public right away, we didn't think we'd see it too much, but we were concerned actually kind of the fourth floor looking back to downtown, it might impede some views. So we were interested in that for that reason as well. But the stepping and or the sloping felt a little fussy and not in line with the rest of the architectural kind of expression. So we looked at that, but we thought maybe these masses are just small enough that the square is actually a simpler way to do it.
So also with this, there seems to be, have you studied when I look at one of the doors facing us into one of these forms, it seems like there's like 3 feet or so above the door header to the parapet, would seem to me, without any need for air conditioning or whatever in that very topmost, you could really minimize the roof structure above that door, and therefore and also the parapet. Are you as tight as you can be or feel comfortable?
Okay, so thanks.
No,
You're suggesting, so right now,
Mr. Moore, it's not there. It's over on the stair tower door. Yes, bingo.
I thought you meant the facade. I'm sorry, what? I'm not sure I understood the question for that.
Okay, so right where Mr. Moore has circled it, there's the height of the door header. But it would seem to me that the dimension, because you don't have AC or whatever and light structure, that you could really radically reduce that down to like 12 inches or something.
I'm happy to reduce that to our minimum. What that represents currently is a 7-foot door or 6'8" door, a little bit of return for the header, a foot of structure, and a little bit of parapet above that.
Okay. All right. Oh, and the final one, did you study or consider, we'd have to go back to the floor plans, but I think you can understand this without graphics. Manipulating the stair and having the door to these rooftop stairs be at the floor below, and entirely having the stair open air, so there wouldn't have to be any further structure above it to enclose them. Do you want to go to the floor plan?
Sure. You're suggesting outboard stairs only.
Well, kind of outboard, inboard.
Well, I think.
Can we go to the plan?
Yeah, so let's go to PDF 17. I mean, I'm pretty certain
Next
we
one.
would. Yeah, there we go.
Next plan down. Next plan down.
I think there's 2 comments for that. I mean, one would be, we certainly wouldn't want an outboard stair within the perimeter footprint of our units, allowing weather to come down into the project. So that I think you would understand isn't a good thing to do. So it would be putting them all individually out into the paseo. No, we didn't consider that. We wanted them as part of this.
See where your kitchen is on unit 214, where it says up. So somehow, and I don't know how your stair rise run, but if the doorway, you introduce some stairs before that first set of steps, and then you provided the door there, and then the flow of water would, then that first landing would become an outdoor open to the Paseo below. So,
Right. Yeah, you're suggesting creating a gap between all of these units is what you're
Yeah.
suggesting.
that's correct.
No, we did not consider that.
Okay.
Again, the efforts we did on this round was actually trying to simplify. I mean, we're battling cost effectiveness, as you know, as well. So I think that would be a big uphill challenge.
And then my last question is, was there any consideration to limit the roof deck so that your 42-inch high parapet heights could only occur back from the main mass and drop down for the rest of the roof to be only at an 18-inch parapet?
You know, we could.
That rooftop is wide open and very big, and you know, and it'll need some help because it'll be very austere and plain and flat and wide open. It would seem to me that a more comfortable, reasonable, livable space would be, you know, a quarter of what is available.
You know, Mr. Six, that's a great comment. So I think we hadn't discussed that with the new team, but I think that one we could study and look at and probably accommodate. Yes.
All right.
To lower some of that facade.
Yeah. I have some other comments, but as they say it, they're not germane to the changes.
Okay. Who is next with questions? Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Could we look at the window details?
Let's see, PDF page 24. So let's zoom the two on the bottom right. Let's start with another.
We were concerned, or I certainly was at the last meeting about recessing those. That detail appears that that's happened.
Yeah, these were per our conversation and response to your input, Mr. Olson. Right. So the one on the right is our typical. So that's the narrowest one. And we were able to achieve with our thickened wall at least 6 inches to the glass, and then any larger sized opening, especially in the street, you can see we're achieving almost 11 inches deep. So that's with kind of our construction method. We felt like the most we could push. And so these are identical to the ones you approved last time.
Great. Is there, thank you for that. Is there any way that you can show us the, an example of how the, well, let me start before that. What I'm noticing is a reduction in size of the windows and perhaps amount of windows. And it might be my memory, but is there any way that you can show us a previous elevation compared to this elevation so that we might see those changes?
Well, we're not driving. I don't know if
yeah, Mr. Russell can bring up the previous plans.
We do have the previous plans, yeah, dated right. January 27th, 2020.
Okay, you can take us to the elevation sheets.
As we go there, again, I think there was some intention to simplify, but there was never an effort to really intentionally reduce openings, with exception to there are a few places as we get close to property lines. As you know, we only get a certain percentage of openings per facade elevation. So we actually ran that all the way around. So there was also a couple places, in particular that back northeast corner, where we had to reduce openings because the proximity wouldn't allow more fenestration.
So Mr. Russell, what are we looking at? The previous plans right now?
Currently, these are the previous plans, and we can go through elevation by elevation. These are the previous, and then this would be the current elevation.
Okay, can you switch back one more time so I can
Sure.
back and forth once or twice?
I'll zoom in on a west elevation just so
That would be great. Now, can you put the new elevation and zoom in on that and put that below that?
I don't,
No.
I'm not gonna go to this at the moment now.
Okay,
This is the old plan. And let me
Okay.
swap back to the new.
great.
And I might be able to help. So all of that, this facade, what you're seeing, every typical unit you can see has a large, like a double French door and Juliet. Everyone gets those double doors and one window for each unit. And then on the first floor, 2 or 3 panels of opening. And then previously, we can go and just compare. I believe it's the same for the most part. The big difference is right in the middle, you notice that there was an outdoor, like a carved covered opening. That largest opening was removed to make a little bit more space in the unit. But otherwise, again, each unit got basically 2 openings on the second floor and 2 or 3 on the bottom. So the number didn't change.
Okay, thank you. So the stair towers do not exceed the 48-inch height, is that correct?
Correct. Only the elevator tower does.
Right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. Briefly, the staff report mentions increases in ASF. I may have missed that in your presentation. Briefly, where are those increases in ASF?
It's a great question. It's just a little bit here and there. Let's go to a floor plan. The commercial units in general stayed the same. I can't remember if we pushed or pulled. And Ed, please jump in if you have a more clear answer.
Sure. Some of the commercial are pretty close. They're plus, I think they're a little bit smaller, like by 100 or 150 square feet. It's primarily on the east elevation above the podium. So it won't be here on the ground level. We had a lot more outdoor decks and we chose to rather enclose those into the unit. So now if you, actually the next floor up, the 3rd floor and the 4th floor primarily, a lot of these outdoor patios on that east edge or top of the page here were eliminated and just put into the units. So the units could be a little more comfortable. That's really, so the average went from, I think around 725 to about 750 is where we're at right now. But we're still under the 811 maximum.
Thank you. I do remember now you're talking about increasing the event room by that same premise of reducing the patio. Can you remind me, how is the garage ventilated?
Yes, sure, Board Member Whalen. We haven't started on the engineering on this. So we haven't brainstormed the strategies, whether we're going to go vertically with it, which would mean like another vertical element similar to like a chimney, or if we're going to use it's a closed type of garage. We're so close to the property line we can't open it up. So it would definitely have some vertical elements we'd have to place in to get up and the exhaust air out, but we haven't engaged that design yet.
Right. You read my question very well. That's what I was looking for, or either some wall from at the garage level, some wall venting, but I would be interested in knowing that. Let's see. I'm sorry, I don't have the PDF sheets. I only have the sheet numbers. If you could go to A201A.
think we have a 201, but not a 201A. This is the east
Oh.
elevation.
It was in my set. There was a note that said future in quotation marks or in parentheses, and I just wondered what that was all about. It's funny you don't have that sheet in your set and we did in ours.
Sure. Well, as you can imagine, we're testing we're studying a couple other different things from a design standpoint, but we're not what's before you today as in any future plans.
Yeah.
They may have just been inadvertently left in. So you can ignore those sheets. They're just our thinking thoughts and testing
And
things.
your focus now is on the changes, and that my question really doesn't relate to the changes. And that may be the end of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. I have a couple of questions. Let's see. Tell me more about, so there's the leasing office and the flex space. Was the flex, I know the flex space was a part of the previous plan. Was the leasing office also a part of that plan?
Chair Moore, no, it was not. So that's one of the things the new ownership group wanted, is to fit somewhere into the project a leasing office.
Okay. Then on the east elevation, like actually right here in front of us, actually we can start with, you've got, so on the rendered elevation, you've got, it looks like some sort of faux windows, some niches right along the property line that didn't quite make it into the CAD or the hard line drawing. And is there any way, you have that kind of very large, if you zoom in, and it's kind of that well, I guess I can point at it. We zoom in here.
I'm not seeing.
Let me draw it again. I'll draw. You can zoom in here. So you've got this line that comes all the way to grade, indicating there's some sort of separation between this plane and this plane. And we're missing that sort of level of detail on some of the hardline drawings. So I'm hopeful that those subtleties can be brought back into the project, because those little moves are very helpful along, especially along this property line where you have this expansive blank wall. Helps break that down. So if we can zoom back out and into show the hard line. So you can see how we're missing some of that fidelity. You know, if you pick that one up, but there's some odds and ends that are missing.
Got it.
So please, as you move your way around these elevations, refining them, please take those into consideration. And these are questions. Let's see. And kind of the larger question is, you know, the previous plan said, if we look at the elevations of the previous approval, Mr. Russell, if we could do that.
What's going
on? You started to introduce some of that stylistic elements of these little chimney pieces here and there, but now they're sort of very, you know, they're pervasive throughout the project. Tell us a little bit more about that and kind of the overall move towards that direction as a
Hmm.
whole.
Mhm. Yeah, so as we developed it in this latest change, we introduced that as one of the key moves or key elements to transition between basically kind of smaller unit facades. And in this version, as we get closer to that max height limit, we realized we had to employ it a bit more, right? So you can kind of see right there in the middle, kind of the fourth floor, you know, we're pushing right up against the height. So one way to kind of try to create the variety of height is just allowing these little dog ears to pop up and allowing the neighbor parapet to run into it. So with the heights we're at, I mean, to create more variety, we're using that instead of just a variety of overall height because we don't have it. So we did introduce that more often, including lower levels. We thought that was just sort of a feature that could start defining most of the units. You know, here in an elevation, you get to see all 14 of them, but we kind of, you know, as you live or move through the project, I'm not sure you'd see them all, but I understand your point that, you know, perhaps we were too heavy-handed with it to solve all those problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. And I guess that's all of my questions for now. Anybody else with follow-up questions? No? Okay, let's go to comments. If we could have the presenters turn off their cameras, mute themselves, all that. Okay. Mr. Six, why don't you start us off? You're muted still.
There we go. So in general, you know, I'd like the project. I think that the changes with the except the rooftop stairs additions, I think are okay and improvements, except for your comments on the refinements of some ins and outs and so forth. I don't mind the amount of step-ups between parapet heights, parapet masses. But I really do have, and I think it's most apparent on the photo sim toggle back and forth with these new stair tower additions on that third floor roof on the west side. I think it's very unfortunate that.
Mr. Russell, could we go to those view sims?
Yeah, I don't know if you can toggle, but you know, here we even, you know, the rationale that the applicant uses that, well, we're going to have a taller building just beside this on the corner. Well, that, you know, we're not guaranteed to that, and I think that even if it is from an oblique angle going up Haley, it would still be apparent. I really think this is a radical change, and one of the things that I supported and made me comfortable with the overall mass of the building was that portions of it were only 3-story, and now, you know, we're not only having four-story elements in that 3-story, but a lot of the parapets are going up extremely high. So I have a lot of difficulty. Through my questions, I kind of hinted on ideas. Granted, some of them are perhaps difficult, but I really have a problem with finding substantial conformity from the previous PDA to this PDA, given the the stair. But it doesn't show on this table view. But I have a problem. I have a problem. I don't see substantial conformity here, even though there was a relaxation of the overall heights. I think that this is much changed and much higher and more impactful. So I would not be able to support significant conformity to the previous because of the stair towers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson, go ahead.
I'm going to side here with Mr. Six. When we saw this before and we listened to the public comments, we really became aware that this is a very big building. And it's true the neighborhood might at some point move into these kind of buildings, but we're reviewing it today, not into the future. So last time we thought it was a big building and it just got bigger. And so I think the impact is significant. I'm joining Mr. Six on his comments here about size, bulk and scale.
Chair Moore and commissioners, may I just add just a little bit of note here? So this new revised PDA, it's not, the intent is not for it to substantially conform to the original PDA. This project has now been revised to be updated to comply with the new AUD ordinance, which allows for 48 feet. So when we use the substantial conformance determination, we really mean that from when you're going from a PDA to a final approval. We want to make sure the plans that are approved for final are substantially in conformance with the PDA plans. In this case, that might have been a little bit of a misnomer using substantial conformance because this is a revised PDA. It is a new PDA project. It doesn't have to conform to the old PDA. And as I said, it's been revised to comply with the new AUD rules. So I don't know if that helps provide a little bit of clarity, but it is confusing to try to make it conform within, has the new rules that it's complying with. So that's why the substantial conformance determination verbiage might not be appropriate in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for interrupting.
That's helpful, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. May I add something then to my comment?
Sure, Mr. Olson, are you done?
For the time being, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Six.
So I think the ABR is well aware that we have to be sensitive to, introducing and cooperating and bowing to the need for housing and the new massing that it requires. However, when one significantly increases mass just for 5 luxury rooftop amenities, that really is not touching upon the housing need. That's just what I feel unnecessary massing for a luxury amenity to what are supposed to be reasonable housing units. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you.
And so I can finish again, and I think this would finish me up. I do think the addition of the rooftops areas is one of the reasons that I'm objecting to the size here. And so again, I think that I'm agreeing with Mr. Six that is some of the source of my dissatisfaction with this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Comments? Mr. Whalen?
Sure. I want to thank the staff for trying to clarify the issue, but I'm still not quite clear on what our role is. However, those things aside, I understand it generally meets the compliance issues. But I think Mr. Six has a very astute point about the new stair towers to reach the new roof decks, that in an attempt to scale this beast down, even though it meets the guidelines to preserve views and lessen the impact, I do think those areas, specifically the stair towers, could be carved and shaped and masked in a way to reduce their impact, because as the other two members have said, it's a big project and it's setting a standard for future developments. One other small thing, I noted the bike parking in front of the commercial area, in front of a glazed storefront area. Just didn't think that was a really good place to park bicycles. It might be better used for table service or even a view into the facility or the Lessing as facility. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I'll make just a quick comment, Chair Moore, if I could. I do support the project as presented. The standard, for the building is defined by the change to the allowance for the 48 feet. If that wasn't there, then the applicant wouldn't have increased the height. And I accept it because I think it's acceptable because he is making attempts to break up the sizing. I did like the comment from Vice Chair Six about the opportunity to study maybe reducing the size of the roof decks so that those parapets could be pulled back or pulled down a little bit. So if the applicant is open to that, then that would be a comment that I would add to my support of the project. But there's a purpose for the change from the 45 to the 48. So I think this is in line with that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No? I mean, my own comments are, I find myself a little bit split. I agree that the changes have increased the mass of the building and the height of the building, obviously. But as Mr. Noon pointed out, the height limit has been increased to allow for greater flexibility with projects like this. But on the other hand, I also agree that some of the changes are not to the project's benefit. I think there can be some further study of the parapets, as Vice Chair Six indicated, to bring that at least, what's visible, the potential mass or the visible mass could be reduced at the perimeter of the building. I think the stair towers themselves could be definitely shaped and reduced so they do not have as much impact. Putting the little step-up detail at the corner of those stair towers, I don't think is a successful solution. I think that just adds to the visual clutter and mass of the building. And if we can flip to the simulation looking the other direction, Mr. Russell. Yeah, and just flip back to the previous project and then forward again. It just seems sort of the stylistic change, particularly on this elevation, if we flip back and forth again. like this, you know, there's a much more seemingly broken up and varied. And I know the applicant said that, well, we're trying to simplify and make it more calm. And I understand that, but this is still visible. And it just reads as larger, you know, to the eye. And I also think that projects like these don't need these common amenity interior spaces. They're inflating the size of the project for something that's not necessary. And, you know, the reason that people would live downtown is that they already have access to amenities. They don't need a gym. They don't need other space like that. So I would encourage the applicant to reduce those elements as they're just adding to the bulk of the building. Those are my comments. Anyone else? Ms. Anderson, anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. All right, so from the people that have spoken, it sounds like we have a couple that are okay with general height increase, but then we have a few more that are not okay with the height increase.
Well, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't say, you know, the general height increase. I would say some of the new elements that have increased the height. I think there's a subtle difference there, but there is a difference. And also, Mr. Chair, I concur with you on the common area, but I wondered if we needed to do some more conversation or straw vote on that is a program change that we would have to have consensus on to make an impact on this owner's program.
I think something we could say, and am I muted?
No.
I think there is something we could say is that we would like to see this project without the rooftops amenities.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that with or without, I think there's several solutions. I think it has to do with finding a way to radically minimize the access to those rooftop amenities and the footprint of them.
Yes,
Right.
I agree. I don't think full elimination is what I would say. I think reduction, would be acceptable, and any moves that can be made to reduce the apparent massing of those elements would be helpful.
So do you want to go ahead and make a motion, Chair Moore?
Well, I mean, my motion would include accepting the changes to the height, but requesting that they not study, but reduce parapet heights at the roof decks and the stair towers to the roof decks to the greatest extent possible. So I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yes,
I
I
could
would.
agree.
And
I could agree with that.
Me too.
Okay.
And then Chair Moore, if before you make your formal, would you want to mention the common area on the third floor?
Yes, so that I would also be part of my motion that I would ask them to reduce or eliminate the what they call the flex space and the leasing office.
Okay, and I very much resonate now that I look at it. I was concentrating on the stair towers, but I resonate with your comment on this east elevation that at least bring back partially some of the setbacks and articulation of the east elevation on fourth floor. Could we get a consensus in support of that? Because I resonate with that.
Mr. Russell, can we flip back to the previous plan set on the east elevation? So there was pretty significant setbacks kind of in the rear corner there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
color change.
Yeah.
It's really, well.
I guess what I was reacting to is mainly kind of this area.
Exactly.
I'm not as concerned about kind of this the lower part.
No. I think the toggle on the Sims was very revealing. So I would encourage a motion that would include also addressing that also.
Okay. I'm interested to hear what others have to say about that part. Who else thinks that's an issue? Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I think it's an issue, especially from that perspective. We were looking at just the difference in pushing out that fourth floor to align with the third floor below. And I think it takes away from the architectural language that they started with, and that I think they're talented enough to study it and, you know, include the amount of square footage they want, but yet still reduce the massing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'll make a motion for a continuance back to the full board with the following comments. Number one, that the board is generally supportive of the increase in height. However, the board would like the applicant to reduce the parapet heights. And if Mr. Russell, if we could have the west elevation. For reference. And you could scooch up to the hard line. So the board would like the applicant to reduce the heights of the roof deck level parapets to the greatest extent feasible, possibly by reducing the occupiable deck surface, roof deck surface. And secondly, to reduce the mass and scale of the stair towers leading to the roof decks. And this is specific to the west elevation. And then on the east elevation, we can flip back up to that. On the east elevation, in the rear portion of the project, provide setback at the fourth level, similar to the previously approved, or not approved, previous project design approval drawings. Please, and in general, please include all detailing that is indicated in the hand sketches on the hardline drawings. And then lastly, remove or greatly reduce the common flex space square footage, as well as the leasing office square footage. Okay, did I get?
I'll second that. I have further discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you mind saying about the roof decks, those sentences, and reduce, say eliminate or reduce. They have the option to eliminate it.
Well, I mean, they could, if they're studying reducing it, they could just eliminate it. I think they could do that.
Understood. Okay.
Anything else?
I had a quick question, Chair Moore.
Yes.
When you talk about removing the flex space and the leasing office as a program, or you just want the mass of those areas that they're adding to the building removed?
I said greatly reduce or remove. So they can do what they'd like with that.
Okay.
My point is that, you know, we're trying to make sure these buildings, these projects are as minimal as possible, and elements and efficient as possible, and elements that contribute to the mass, bulk, and scale that are not totally necessary for the apartment units, in my mind, need to be minimal if included at all.
Understood. Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Do we have the motion read, please?
Sure, let's do that.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and read it back. So the motion was to continue the project indefinitely with the following comments. Number one, the board is generally supportive of the increase in height. However, the board would like the applicant to reduce the roof deck level parapets to the greatest extent feasible, possibly by reducing the occupiable roof deck surface on the west elevation, reduce the mass and scale of the stair towers leading to the roof decks on the west elevation. On the east elevation, in the rear portion of the project, provides setback at the fourth level, similar to the previous project design approval drawings. Number two, in general, include all detailing that was indicated in the hand sketches on the hardline drawings. And number 3, remove or greatly reduce the common flex space square footage, as well as the leasing office square footage. And the motion was made by Moore, and I didn't catch a second.
It was Mr. Six.
Next.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I guess we should also include, because we're getting into this height discussion, we should also include a request to show any mechanical screening or rooftop equipment. So if we could add that to the motion.
I support that addition.
Okay, I added it.
Great. Okay, any other discussion? No? Okay. Let's take a vote.
All right, thanks. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. All right. If we're ready for item number 2. Okay, here we are. Item number 2, 2 South Quarantina Street. This is a continued item here for project design approval. The project consists of a proposal to construct a single-story 3,151 net square foot light industrial building with receiving and storage area, break room, and restrooms to be used in conjunction with the adjacent Marburg facilities. The project also includes surface area for staging and storage of equipment and vehicles, trash enclosure, bicycle parking, and 6 vehicles parking spaces. An approximately 6-foot tall wall/fence is proposed around the perimeter of the property. The project site is 1.26 acre vacant lot located at the corner of 500 and South Quarantina Streets. Project site is located in the light manufacturing with a ST3 coastal overlay zone and the non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone, and has a coastal land use designation of general industrial. A coastal development permit was approved by the staff hearing officer February 24th of this year, and on appeal by the Planning Commission on May 13th of 2021. February 24th, 2021, and on appeal of Planning Commission on May 13th of 2021, and on appeal by the City Council on August 10th of 2021. Project design approval is requested, and the project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. We last saw this November 29th of 2021. Okay, we have our applicant. And
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'm promoting him now.
great. And,
To the applicants, you should see a prompt on screen to accept an invitation to be a panelist.
okay.
Chair Moore, would it behoove us to see the previous comments?
Yes, let's bring those up, and then if staff has anything to add before we jump in, that'd be helpful.
And Chair Moore and board members, this is Kelly Broadison with Community Development. As you can see, this project has been thoroughly vetted by Staff Hearing Officer, Planning Commission, and City Council. And it was also reviewed by your board several times. It's a fairly small building. I think the main point of contention with some of the opponents was the actual use on the building, or the actual use on site. The main thing I think that the board focused on was the wall, which is what most people will see when driving by or neighboring this project. So as you said in your introduction, yes, the project is here for PDA, subsequent to being appealed to council.
Okay, thank you. Did any other council or Planning Commission comments have anything to do with the wall itself, height, material, location?
I'm going to check that right now while you guys read your minutes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we continue definitely with the comments. We were worried about the solid fence system. The concern was the materiality of the fencing. We wanted to see actual photos of the fence installed in other locations, provide specification sheets. And then we said the fence shall be an 8-foot tall fence. The second concern, foundation, provide minimum 1-foot clearance between the outward facing foundation. Return it 20 feet at the west corner. Additional street trees. Greater height and volume. Tree located at the west corner of the proposed building shall be updated to a true skyline tree. Backflow assembly location. Solid gates at the entries. Flowering, reduce flowering vines or replace it with a ficus at 6-foot minimum spacing. And the desert color of the fence should be darker to make the fencing disappear. Okay. And why don't we have, while Ms. Broderson is looking for information, why don't we have the applicant get started, and Ms. Broderson, let us know if you've uncovered anything. Okay, welcome back, Mr. Kuykendall. If you could take us through your response to the comments, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Moore and members of the board. John Kuykendall with DMI, agent for the applicant. I'm just going to give a quick overview of where we've been and where we are today, and then I'll turn it over to Robert Cole with RJC Architects. That'll go over the design changes since the last time you saw this, and then he'll turn it over to Chris DeFore with RM Design that'll go over the revised landscape plan. But
so
as you,
Mr. Kuykendall, I'm sorry. We know the history of the project and we know where it's been. So if we could just focus on the aesthetics, that would be ideal. Thank you.
The only thing that I would mention is just that on the 20th or June 1st of 2020, your board did make the compatibility findings for the project. And that allowed us to go to show and get the approval that was subsequently approved by the PC and the council. So with the main changes that we've addressed, and then I'll turn it over to Robert, is that we wanted to address your concerns with the materials and the foundation of the fence, try to see if we could add more street trees to 500, also adjust the wall for better planting along the frontage, consider a different tree in the corner at the intersection of Quarantina and 500, and then extend the wall at the north west corner and change the color. And so the revised plans do show that, and then our team will go through and kind of illustrate each of those changes in response to your comments from the November hearing, PDA hearing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert if you can bring him up.
And
oh, I should mention, sorry. At each of those stages, this project was, because there's been questions about it, it's been consistent with the Coastal Act, the local coastal program, the zoning. There are no modifications, waivers, or variances requested. It complies with all city regulations and guidelines. So sorry, thank you. Robert?
I don't see Robert unless he's already been promoted.
Or it could be under name Pablo.
Okay.
Pablo?
Yes. Pablo, please accept that. Perfect. Give him a second to hop on in.
If we want to tackle the landscape ones while we're waiting for Robert, I don't mind going ahead.
We are okay with that if you are.
And let me, if I could, Chair Moore, just to get back to you on the planning commission that Kelly was looking up, they did, when they approved it at their hearing, they had 2 conditions. One was to use 24-inch box trees for the street trees. And then the other one was to add street lights, which we've done to where we've worked with Public Works and we've added the street light that was compliant with what they said would fit. And then they didn't include it as a condition, but they did talk about the possibility of considering an 8-foot tall fence. And that was the same at the city council. They just basically approved what the planning commission, they echoed what the planning commission approved and their findings.
Okay, great. Thank you. Looks like we have Mr. Romero with us now.
Robert Coles and Pablo
okay.
Romero.
Okay, great. All right, if you could just focus on the aesthetic changes and your response to our comments. That
Go to sheet 9 first, please. And we'll address comment 1B first, and we'll jump a little bit through the comments, but try and follow the sheets sequentially. Comment 1B was discussing the fencing return up the northwest corner. And we have, yes, extended the proposed wall system 20 feet into the property as requested, and it picks up on the perspectives and elevations as well. If we can go to sheet 10. This is also related to comment 1B that we was concerned about the setback of the wall system away from the sidewalk. And we've pushed it so that it's 1 foot back in the closest proximity to the sidewalk, but that there are other indentations or variations along the wall system that gets us to 1'6". The wall system itself also has pilasters spaced at 5 feet or so on center, so that you have additional depth of planting available as the foundations are not continuous. Go to sheet 11, please. This is addressing comment 6 in the elevation that the selected color was going to be a darker color. Pueblo is blending with our color palette. If you were to look at the elevation, we have kind of a gray roof, pearl gray roof system, and a wall of the building is sandstone, and the base of the building system is a CMU natural colored with a trim that's kind of a gray. So this darker Pueblo is what we're proposing as the best darker color system for this pre-manufactured wall system. And then go to same sheet when we're looking at. Talking about materiality, we have details 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, where we're identifying that the wall system is a pre-made panels of 1 3/4 thick, and they're about 5 feet wide. They stack horizontally. Everything is almost like a plaster texture coat finish to the face of the wall system, but it should allow for pretty good attachment of planting. Go to sheet 12, please. This is addressing comment 1A. Sheet 12 is A005. Yeah, we've got the full specs and cut sheets of the wall systems itself. Now go to sheet 13, and we'll follow with 14, but sheet 13. I'm going to show you photos of the wall systems and its application. These are different colors, some of them, but it gives you a sense of the wall system itself. Well, as time moves fast, let's go to sheet 14, please. Again, more photos of examples of the products to support the wall system choice. And then go to sheet 15, please. These are showing proximity photos of the neighborhood. There was requests to identify what types of walls are in the area and why are we selecting the one that we are. There's a whole variety, and I don't think there's any one particular type of fence system or wall system that stands out that makes it necessary to copy. What we're proposing, I think, is a very good looking system that allows the stepping of the pedestrian way as you walk down it and view it from a pedestrian standpoint. The planting plan that we're proposing is going to turn that very green. If we could go to the elevation sheet, I think that would be important to show.
Before we leave the photo sheets, just if we could zoom in on the photos and just scroll through them on the previous sheet.
One moment, Chair Moore. My PDF here is freezing. I've been having problem with these plans. I don't know if it's just my computer or, so I might have to close them and reopen them.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's 11.
Okay. I missed anything as quick as I can.
Yes, my apologies. I'm gonna exit out of this PDF viewer and I'll be right back.
You need to show
okay.
9 for color 4. We've covered the color. Why he's doing that, I just kind of wanted to emphasize that the type of wall system that this is, that we wanted to emphasize, allows for the greatest amount of vegetation to grow on it without having that continuous footing. And once we're done looking at these photos, if we jump to the main street elevation on Quarantina, we're showing what a green wall system that this will be once plants are given time to grow and fill in. We think it's a very good pedestrian experience, particularly in light of if you compare it against these photos of wall systems, which really do not provide that great of a sidewalk experience walking by them from what we're seeing. It's quite a big difference.
And Chair Moore, I forgot which slide you wanted to run through photo by photo.
Yeah, this slide, if we can just zoom in on the individual top left, and then just go through those. And just scroll through them so we can see them at a larger scale.
Yeah, so you're looking, with not a lot of separation on that one on the left, a similar building type. Here again, not a great deal of planting between the signage and trees and the plantings between this, not a lot of distance between the sidewalk and the wall system. You've got graffiti on the wall, which is a problem to deal with. And I think this wall system will work well for graffiti as we green it, and panels are solid colors so that they can be sandblasted. Chain link fencing, shrubs. Here's a mixed wall system with CMU and plaster. Not particularly attractive. You're seeing over it as well. It's a low wall system with bad signage. Back to minimal planting, really. A low wall. Signage is pretty in the middle, but you're looking over at what's really going on behind it. This is pretty stark landscaping with a very low concrete wall, slump wall. Signage is bad. I don't think the planting plan is good on the left there. Here we're into a metal, ornamental metal, but yet you're seeing through to the activities completely, and the landscaping is damaged relative to the street scene. Here, this corner niche is important. We did replicate, as requested, to put a specimen tree in the corner of our property. This kind of shows what that's like, but actually this one crowded up that niche.
And the following sheet has the
one more sheet of photos.
Yeah.
Upper left, you can zoom again. That was really helpful.
It's thinking, bear with me.
You've given us time. Let me catch my breath. So here we're seeing the vehicles in the parking and the lack of any privacy with that chain link. Again, similar, you've got everything on display, not particularly exciting landscaping. Similar, barbed wire practically, I think there. And yeah, here we have ornamental metal, you're looking clear through it, and you have protective 12-inch hook to extension spikes on the ornamental. Actually, I did a lot of remodel to that building a long time ago. Sorry about that. We did that parking lot back then. Here we are again, chain link fencing, stucco, not particularly great landscaping. What were you saying?
No, that's a little.
Yeah, you've got a colored concrete block with more landscaping. Again, you're looking past the building into the activities with chain link only. It's eclectic variety of fencing and in the neighborhood that doesn't lend itself to one particular style.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, so can you go back to sheet 11, please? I think that bottom right image, and when at full growth, gives you a pedestrian view of what we're hoping to achieve. And that's a decent walking planting experience that shields the storage of the materials on the inside. The lighting is good and the planting and the colors are great. I think that's a nice outcome for that industrial side. What have I missed?
Can we scroll up to the top of this sheet, please?
Yeah, that's the view, that's the primary street view from across the street, even though you're really experiencing cars between you and that, and your actual pedestrian experience would be the other.
Okay.
Anything I haven't attacked?
Sheet 29.
Sheet 29.
For the mouse screen.
Oh, yes. So addressing the ornamental fence, we have a spear picket rolling fence system, and we've added a perforated sheet metal black screen to the back side of it, which would give about a 40% visibility to it as a means of additionally shielding the interior operation and creating privacy. I'd like to turn over to landscaping, unless there's any questions on the architecture.
We'll get to questions.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could switch over to the planting plan. Not exactly sure what number that is, but it's going to be later in the set.
Just charge my phone. Do you have enough charge? You have enough charge? I'm just charging my phone.
Mr. Russell, can you mute anyone that's not involved in this?
Whoever's charging their phone.
Landscape is in sheet 40.
When you do get to that, don't forget to note the backflow. The fire department's good with it.
Yeah. So as we mentioned before, we did add a specimen tree on the corner there. We put in a 48-inch box cork oak on the corner just as a showcase piece. One of the other comments was to see about adding in additional trees along 500. We were able to coordinate with the city arborist, and it was actually his recommendation not to get tree spacing less than 30 feet. And unfortunately, the spacing for that would require that we would be under that 30 foot. And if we added one, it would sort of create issues with vehicular visibility as you go around the corner. So based on those coordinations with the arborist, we elected to keep with the two that we have shown. We did, if you pan over to the next sheet, add a skyline tree of the Pinus canariensis next to the building. if you can get to that 2.2 sheet. Yeah, so it's the spiky looking one there. Yep, that one. While we were here, as John indicated, we did talk to the fire department and they are okay with the backflow preventer as shown. In that location, it's got its best advantageous location being able to be screened. So we're able to close that up. Sorry to do this to you, but if you could go back one more sheet. Last item that I had on my list was the ficus. And what we did was we kept the trumpet vines in the pockets, but then in the longer stretches, we're alternating. So we're doing the ficus pimala where it's narrowed up, and then we're keeping the flowering vine in the pockets just for kind of a splash of color. I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but I think in the rendering, they were representing that as well. So if you wanted to see a visual of it, I think that was shown in Pablo's rendering. But other than that, I think that was pretty much the comments I wanted to address, and I'll put it out to questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's open public comment. If anybody from the public would like to address the board regarding this project, you can follow the instructions on screen. There they are. Okay, do we have anyone?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So at this time, there are several members of the public wishing to speak on this item. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Guy Dolev, and then I will call on Sasha Anya next. So Guy Dolev, I sent you an unmute request and you should have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so first of all, we're looking at a lot of examples that show masonry, yet what we're seeing here is kind of just a cheap material choice. I'm glad it's 8 feet. That's really going to help, but you have to look at how high up the site is itself. This is a few feet off the sidewalk and the road, a couple feet higher. So we don't know if the, I mean, it looks like the fencing, whatever wall system is going to be down at the sidewalk level rather than being up where the project is. So a few feet of that fence will just be totally useless. If they are to put it down there, then you need a retaining wall. But otherwise it should be back quite a bit, plant more in between there. And, you know, I have a couple things to say, and I'm kind of rushing here. But you really want to look around quite a bit to see what we've got. I mean, that other Marburg CNG parking lot was built without a building permit. There's no coastal development permit for it either. And what we're building here at 2 South Quarantina is an extension of that. So that also is up a few feet above where there would be a sidewalk, but of course, without permitting or anything, they didn't have to build a sidewalk. No street lights are in there, no parkway planting. So that's very serious. This kind of thing should have a master plan, but Marburg hasn't been required to do that. So, so here we are with something that's just another piece of something. It's an extension of things where the primary operation doesn't have any permits.
Okay, thank you very much. Who do we have next?
All right, thank you. So next I'm going to go ahead and call on Sasha Anya, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. So I sent you an unmute request.
Hi there. Just want to thank everybody for their diligent hard work trying to get this as right as we can get it. This is Sasha with California Environmental Health Advocacy. One of the things I would just like to still see on this plan is air quality monitoring. And it's unclear to me whether or not that is on the table or not. I think it should be absolutely something that is part of this plan. I'm not hearing it talked about, so I wonder if you guys could talk about that. And more than that, I would hope that we can make sure that that's part of this plan, some kind of sophisticated state-of-the-art air quality monitoring that would be publicly available in some way. And then also the lighting, I was hoping that lighting would be for night sky. If there's a term for that. So the night sky lighting where we don't have it just scattering all over the place, but dedicated spotlighting. The other thing I'd like to just say also that I would like to see and hope that it's part of this is just a really solid wall. I don't know why it keeps going back to a fence. Walls are typically kind of what we look for in Santa Barbara to maintain the aesthetic that we've all come to appreciate. It keeps the property values in the area as high as they should be, protecting people's assets where they have property. Taxpayers are very sensitive to that sort of thing. And I do understand that there'll be foliage involved that would be covering, but only to a certain degree. I also think that the height should be established at a reasonable height to really screen the amount of industrial looking stuff going on behind on the property.
Okay, thank you very
so
much.
that's it. Thank you
2
so
minutes,
much.
but thank you for your comments. Okay, do we have anyone else?
All right, thank you. Yes, Chair Moore and board members. So we have several more members of the public wishing to speak. So up next is Boga Petruska. So I will go ahead and send you an unmute request, and if you accept it, you should be able to speak.
Okay. Was that successful? Okay. My name is Boga Petruska. I'm calling on behalf of Twin Holdings, a local property owner, and just speaking in support of the Marbrook project. We feel it's going to be a useful addition to an extremely useful service, and is an appropriate part of town for this to take place in. And just as a local member of the community, we support it and look forward to this expansion to continue Marbrook support of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
All right, thank you. So up next, I can see Gregory Mark has raised their hand. So I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. You've heard my comments before that were pro for this project. I think it's the appropriate project. It's exactly where we do these kinds of things. The interesting thing is, as I pulled out my notes, I read these notes because I wrote these down last meeting on November 29th, that Mr. Olson said it needs more wall details. I think we had that this time. David Black said that creeping fig, maybe not trumpet vine, would be a good thing to plant there. Also, I wrote rolling gate, make more opaque, suggest perforated metal on back of gate. What I'm getting at is I'm pretty sure that the applicant has gone over and above. He's done a very good job, let's put it this way, in meeting all of your requests with this submittal today. Mr. Olson said the biggest problem is the lack of good wall material details. And I think those pictures show it really clearly, and no one wants to see that big stark wall. It will definitely get something like Vinca, just like the freeways get. You know how fast that grows up these walls. Mr. Six said green screen would be great. And make that planter on the south wall something clear of the footings. And if we're talking about that continuous footing business, this kind of wall detail will definitely allow for that continuous soil for everything to grow. And unfortunately, Mr. Whelan was the least appreciative, and he said there's not much to love, nothing that suggests SB architecture. Elevations weakest along Quarantina. I think they've gone, I think it's gonna look nice. That corner will look superb with the nice big sentinel type tree. And if they raise that property some for flood reasons and do a 6 to 8 foot fence wall, It'll be a great screen for those that don't
Okay.
want to see.
That is 2 minutes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, who's next?
All right, thank you, Chair Moore and board members. So there are just a few more members of the public wishing to speak. So Travis Twining, I'm gonna go ahead and send you an unmute request. And once you accept it, you should be able to speak.
Hello, thanks for taking the time. Wanted to just call in today and also, give my support for Marburg Industries as well. Been watching the project quite closely. I've been very familiar with what is going on or what's been going on in that property in the past. And I think we all know what it used to look like. And I think this is a no-brainer, a great addition to the neighborhood. It's an industrial neighborhood. They've gone above and beyond. And what I saw in the plans today looked fantastic to me. And I think they've done everything that was asked of them and then some. So just wanted to show my support for the project, local business owner and property owner in the neighborhood. And of course, like the other participant, I think her name was Boga, said that they continue to offer a service to our community that is unparalleled to anybody else. And they need these types of properties to continue to give that great service. And without a doubt, this is needed for our community. And I think it's a great project and we are 100% support of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have next?
All right, so next on my list, I have Francois Dejon. So I'm gonna go ahead and send you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, yes, this is Francois Dejon from Hayes Commercial Group. I've been selling and leasing commercial property in the neighborhood for the last 30 years in downtown Santa Barbara. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Continue.
Great. It got delayed. So anyway, this is Francois Dejon at Hayes Commercial Group. In Santa Barbara, I've been selling and leasing industrial and commercial property down this neighborhood for over 30 years. And, looking at all those different slides, the different fences in the area and how these properties have been landscaped and walled off, this property should be used as an example of what we should be doing down there. I think it's going to greatly enhance the neighborhood. This property used to be a complete eyesore. Marburg has done nothing but improve it and make it look better. And the improvements they're planning on doing really will be extremely aesthetically pleasing for that area of the neighborhood. In fact, it's probably going to be the best looking property down there. So I applaud Marburg. They're a critical use for our community, and it's the perfect site for their type of use. And I hope I'm here to support the project, and I hope the city will stand behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else do we have?
All right, thank you. So our last speaker we have is Ralph Wynn. Ralph Wynn, I have sent you an unmute request and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Let's see, Ralph Wynn, you should be unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've been listening since the beginning of the meeting, and I want to thank you all for your service and your patience and attention to detail. I normally don't watch these things, but Marburg has been a great contributor to our community. I'm a close neighbor to the property that's being renovated, and I strongly support the design that they've proposed to you, and I hope that you will expedite their application and let them do what they do best for our community, cleaning up our messes and also contributing back to all of the community services that ask for their help. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't see any more hands raised for this item, and I did just want to acknowledge that we received email correspondence from Guy Dolev, which was distributed to the board before this meeting. And so with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair Moore.
Okay, let's close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who would like to start? Vice Chair Six, go ahead.
I don't know whether, yeah, Chair Moore, I don't know whether we went over in specifics the internal site lighting, but if we could review that to see if it's appropriately cut off and pointing downward.
So that's a question for the applicant. Can you point us towards lighting locations and specifications?
Can we go to the color board, please?
You're unmuted.
Yeah. Is there any chance that we can pull the color board?
I think we're unmuted.
Yes, I just don't know what page you would be requesting to be later on in the packet.
It's a standalone file that we uploaded independent from this. We can also go to sheet A 2.01.
I can also pull that up. If it's not, sometimes we attach them to the end.
So
Does this not?
A 2.01 sheet, and
Oh,
it
does this
is,
look familiar though? We're gonna have to
Yes.
go look.
Yes.
This,
Probably just better to go to the drawings. There you
Sure.
go. There you go.
so it's downlighted LED. It's a dark sky condition. Alan Noel did the electrical engineering and excuse me, John Maloney did this one. And it's not adding to the night sky. It's fully compliant with the regulation and obligations.
Is there a photometric plan that was included in the package?
We haven't gotten to the full design, but
We just have it around the building, not for the entire site.
But the entire site is lit, correct?
That is correct, yes.
it will be fully compliant to not uplight. Here we are.
It's sheet E 1.1.
Uh-huh. I see them. So there has or has not been a photometric plan done.
Yeah, the photometric has been developed for the surroundings of the building at this point,
But not for the entire site.
not for the entire site.
But it will be compliant to not exceed requested and required light levels.
Okay. And then just very other minor question. Back on your drawings for the perforation material for the fences. Do we have that elevation?
Sheet 29, please.
Those perforations there are not.
Yes, so it's a.
Are they drawn to scale?
No. Can we zoom in detail 4, please?
So it allows for a 40% visibility. They're 9/16 perforations on center, 3/8 inch holes. And it's this product we were looking at, industrial metal supply with a 3/8 round hole staggered.
Okay, so this is, the drafting here is
Hard to get that
okay.
microchip level of detail on the drawing.
Okay, very good. And there's mention of a raised site due to flooding. I didn't, that's only at the building, is it not? It is not the main exterior slab of your operations yard, roughly flush with the sidewalk?
Yeah, we'll let Civil answer that, but yes, no, it's not. It's roughly similar elevation. That was a comment from someone else, not from us.
Okay, well, so the flooding is only at the building, and to reiterate, the sidewalk and the driving surface of the exterior yard are roughly the same elevation.
That's correct.
That is correct.
All right, thank
It's an 8 foot tall, not a 6 to 8, but an 8 foot tall wall.
Yes.
And it's solid concrete, not perforated in any way.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Questions? No more questions? Okay, well then we can go to comments. If we could have the applicants turn off their cameras and mute themselves. Who'd like to start? Mr. Black, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So relative to the landscape, I think that the applicant has addressed the comments that we've made, and so I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. My thinking is, there's been a lot of talk about the nature of the concrete fence, but the fact of the matter is, once that ficus grows up, it's just going to be a green wall the way the way that photo in the lower right shows. And so I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. I think it'll be, once it's installed and grown and well maintained, hopefully, I think it'll be an attractive project. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments? Mr. Whalen?
Yeah, mine are sort of a call for Mr. Black's comments. If he has any response to the choice of a cork oak rather than a coast live oak for the feature tree. And then, as I understand it from previously, we were looking for a planting area in front of the wall that so that the wall's footing would allow for 24 inches of a planting area. So that's kind of a detail that we didn't get to, that we weren't shown. So Mr. Black, if you could comment on the tree and the planting area for the fence footing.
Regarding the cork oak, I personally like cork oaks. The city uses them quite often, particularly in parking lots. I've used them a bunch, and I think they're an attractive tree. And if you look at Garden Street, for instance, down to the beach, those are all cork oaks. And I just think they're not seen enough. So so I think it'll be an effective choice. Relative to the amount of space in front of the fence, I don't have really strong feelings about that necessarily. I think the important thing is that we have enough room for the ficus to grow, because the ficus itself will provide some depth, I think. And so I don't have a real issue with that necessarily.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Russell, can we just go back to our motion from the previous meetings, just so we can?
Yeah.
I know we discussed the distance of the footing and all that.
Yeah.
Let's see. So 1B, I believe. So the minimum of 1 foot clearance between that outward facing foundation and inward edge of sidewalk.
Do we not have 1 foot? I think we do.
Yeah, so at a minimum, it looks like there's a 1 foot. And the foundation occurs only at the posts.
Yeah.
Okay, so the post foundation may incur to that 12 inches, but it's not going to affect the planting plan, correct?
Not from my point of view, no.
Thank you.
Chair Moore, that was not my understanding. My understanding is that even the post footing was required to be 1 foot away from the back of sidewalk.
So that is correct.
Can we confirm that with the detail that the applicant has shown us?
So I believe on the
maybe the
overall plan.
Maybe the applicant can guide us to where that they have confirmed that.
They're going to give us a chance.
Yeah, the previous sheet, I think, is the one that's got the detail.
They're not letting us speak.
There you go. So we can zoom in there.
If you can zoom in, you got the dimensions of what the setback is. In the plan, you'll see the dimension is 1'8" on the thinnest portion is 1'8" between the sidewalk and the fence line, and it's about 2'8", I think, on the alcoves.
So that extra 8 inches is due to the projection of the footing, correct?
That is correct, yes.
I got it. Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other comments?
No, that's it for me, Chair Moore.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Olson? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Olson.
I think the applicant has complied with our requests. I think it's ready to move on to PDA.
Okay, does anyone else feel differently? No? Okay. Any other comments before we make a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do think this is here for PDA and not final.
It's a question for Mr. Russell. I believe it's PDA.
That's what it says on our agenda.
All right.
That's correct. It's just here for PDA.
So I think I would be more comfortable seeing the accurate photometric plan of the entire site along with when it comes for final.
Could we do that at consent?
Yeah, I think so. Don't know what the other board members think, but it seems like that's I think it's, yeah, I think it could be approved on consent myself.
Okay. Well, why don't you make that motion?
All right, so I will continue this indefinitely to for consent calendar for final approval.
Vice Chair Six, so are you giving it PDA at this point?
Yeah, I think the project can be approved. What am I trying to say?
I have an idea.
The motion is to grant the project design approval.
Right.
And indefinitely continue it to consent calendar for final approval, with the addition to have the photometrics of the internal lighting throughout the site reviewed at at consent.
Is that what we want to do, is to go to final approval after the consent?
Yes, that's what we've been discussing.
I thought we were just doing PDA at this point and then on to the consent.
That's what the motion is. So he's saying project design approval and then continue it for final approval on the consent calendar.
I don't see, and Mr. Olson, I don't see any other. We've reviewed this and the project is complete enough. I don't see.
I'm fine with that. No, okay. I just was unclear what we were doing.
All right.
This is appropriate. I'd like to second the motion.
I think I need to read the
compatibility findings. Yes.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
I'm having senior moments.
Really? Talking too much.
So the motion also includes the fact that the project does meet the compatibility findings, that it is consistent with the design guidelines for this area, given that this area is primarily of industrial use, and the design is appropriate to that. Number two, it is compatible with the architecture character of the city and the neighborhood. Again, as this neighborhood and this portion of the city is industrial, both the site design and the building design are appropriate. Number three, it is of appropriate size, mass, bulk, scale, and height, given that the three-dimensional portion, the structure is a one-story structure and not significant in proportion to the site. Number four, there is no adjacent landmarks or historic resources as far as the board is aware within the area to be sensitive about. Number five, there are no public views of the ocean or mountains that are affected. And given the use of open space and landscaping, given the adequate, determined adequate landscaping both in front of the building and in front of the main site walls are adequate.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Could we read the motion, please?
Sure.
All right, so the motion was for project design approval and to continue indefinitely to consent for final approval with the comment to provide photometrics of internal lighting throughout the site to be reviewed at consent. And the second was that the board made the project compatibility analysis findings with A through F met.
All right, any other discussion before we take a vote? No? Okay, let's vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I am going to step down for item 3, as we are working with an adjacent property owner to this project. So I will turn the controls over to Vice Chair 6.
All
Could
right.
could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, we certainly can.
Thank you.
The ABR is adjourned for 5 minutes.
So we will reconvene.
ABR meeting for February 7th. And I think we need to back up to the last item, item 2, 2 Quarantina Street, to mention that it was an appealable decision, and that decision can be appealed to City Council within 10 days of this date.
Perfect, thank you.
So now moving on to the next item on the agenda, item 3, is 11 Anacapa Street. This is a continued item for project design approval. This proposal is for alterations and additions to an existing multi-tenant building, commercial building and parking area. The project involves converting 1,739 square feet of warehouse floor area to a winery wine tasting business, including a new 1,300 square foot roof deck with 40 seats, a rooftop bar with canopy, and a 258 square foot storage area. Second story and roof access would be provided by a new exterior stair and interior elevator. A 22 space mechanical parking lift structure would replace 9 surface parking spaces for a total of 45 parking spaces, serving the 11 Anacapa Street building. The Planning Commission approved the coastal development permit and a parking modification to allow 45 parking spaces rather than the required 68 parking spaces for the proposed combination of uses in the building. Project design approval is requested. The project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines. The project was last reviewed on October 18th, 2021. So before we have our applicants make their presentation, I think staff is here to fill us in on a few things. Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, Chair Six, thank you. I'm the city staff planner assigned to this project. And I just wanted to mention, as we see on the screen here, the project was last reviewed on October 18th, 2021. And that was, I guess we would call it a presentation of an alternate design scheme by the applicant. It was sort of an, I don't know what you call it, an old world Tuscany design with a lot of vines on the building. But the application has returned back to the prior design that the ABR saw and continued to the Planning Commission. The ABR saw it on February 22nd, 2021, and the project received approvals by the Planning Commission on June 3rd, 2021 for a coastal development permit and a parking modification. So I think we have access to the February 22nd, 2021 minutes, which would be where the sort of where the comments left off for the project that you're looking at today.
Okay, let me read through those. So the board finds the structure of the parking machine in terms of mass spoken scale appropriate to the location. The proposed materials of the parking machine are appropriate for the funk zone. And the board looks forward to continuing refinements. Conceptually, the board finds the roof deck acceptable. The design changes are a vast improvement from the previous one. However, the board finds this particular design to be too modern for the location, requests the aesthetics of the rooftop deck, railing and canopy above be restudied to tie in better with the existing building materials and colors. The mass spoken scale are appropriate. However, the materiality and structure system of the roof elements needs to be further studied. The applicant shall provide perspective views from the corner of Cabrillo and Helena. The future rendering shall not include artwork or signage. And the city staff shall provide further clarification on art mural locations and the process for additional art on this project. And the board found that the compatibility analysis criteria, it was generally met. So that it was our last appropriate comments. And Mr. Bowman, would you care to speak further on the art mural locations and process for additional art?
Sure, thank you, Chair Six. Well, the project is located in the OC. It's an ocean-oriented commercial zone, also known as the Funk Zone. And in 2014, the ABR approved something called the Public Art and Mural Program in the Funk Zone. That program generally, or up until this point, it really applied to existing buildings where local artists wanted to propose murals. So the way it would work is the applicant would propose mural locations on existing buildings and come to the ABR for the ABR's okay on the size, location, et cetera, on the existing buildings. And then there's a city group called the Arts Fund, and they review the actual mural content. And the murals are not necessarily permanent. Once the location is approved, different murals can come and go over time in that location. So it's not a permanent static type program. But in this case, this is the first application, at least that I know of, where a new project is proposed, a new structure to include murals. So in this case, we figured we could simplify the application process and just have the ABR consider the proposed placement of murals along with their review of the project. And if you want to delve into the project review and to refresh your memory, you can do that. They were proposed on two sides of the new parking stacker, which is sort of designed to look like a building in the parking lot. But anyway, the project's requesting project design approval. So the ABR in granting project design approval, you could just accept the locations shown on the elevations of that parking stacker, or deny that and say, no, you don't want murals on that parking stacker. Or we could continue the question to final approval. I guess backing up one step, the reason the ABR has purview over murals to begin with is that the ABR has design review purview over exterior color. You have purview over exterior colors for projects that require your approval, and also purview over changes to exterior color on non-residential buildings. So that's the technicality or the reason that the ABR has purview over putting murals on buildings anyway. It comes under the heading of exterior color. So.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to hear from the applicant on this, but I don't think that the applicant is now proposing certainly a definite piece of work, but do you think that it would be important to at least establish the areas that work could be accomplished and provided down the road on separate permit or in even on final?
Chair Six, that's exactly correct. And that's what the applicant has shown. They've shown simple rectangles indicating areas where murals could be installed with the project.
Okay, so that will be part of the review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I think we're ready for the applicant to make his presentation. Yes,
Mr. Six.
Yes.
I have some questions about these mural situations and approvals and purview. I sent an email to the staff, and at that time it was Christina McGuire, It was actually a long email, and I had maybe a dozen questions about murals and about the purview of them. And I think there was at that time some obscurity as to who did have the purview. And it seems to me that there are multiple questions about murals, and we are a body that is very concerned with what our buildings look like. We talk about window types, we talk about doors, sizes, window sizes, color, shape, trim, but somehow it appears that there's some way that if an applicant calls what he wants to do to the side of his building a mural, that a lot of these things go away. And I'm an artist. I like the ideas of murals. I don't think we shouldn't have them. As a matter of fact, I think we should have them. But there has to be somebody that has some say about whether these murals are unwholesome or whether they're somehow offensive to the community. What happens when they get worn out, and can they be replaced with other kinds of murals? And so it just seems like it leaves so many unanswered questions about the murals. And so at some point, I think I would like to have some more clarity about this issue.
Chair Six and Board Member Olson, those are really good questions and concerns. And I remember working with Christina McGuire on that some months ago, but I don't know if I ever saw her answering your questions. I saw a long email that it looked like she had answered your questions, but I don't know if that ever got sent to you.
It did not. It did not. I have not seen an answer.
Okay. So we do have a copy of the approved Funk Zone Public Art and Mural Program, and it kind of spells out the process and things like each location, in parentheses, not the art, shall be submitted to the ABR for pre-approval, including a location map, photographs of the location, an area of potential quote unquote canvas, the address, the number of murals, approximate size, etc. And then there's another provision: art proposal shall not include any advertising, business signs, gang signs or slogans, drug paraphernalia, signs, vulgarity, etc., political commentary, that sort of thing. So if you would like, I could send this document to the board if you want to continue this question to final approval. But it is the Arts Fund, and they do look at things like that would hopefully address your concerns, Board Member Olson.
So are we saying that the Art Funds has purview over murals in the Funk Zone in Santa Barbara? And
correct.
If so, what happens if the Arts Fund goes away or decides not to do it? It's sort of like saying that we could farm out sort of some of these decisions about architectural quality to somebody else that was sort of a nonprofit that was operating in the city.
Yeah, Board Member Olson, I think this is for a broader and further discussion, and I think that depending on how involved this particular presentation is with its either locations or I don't think they're proposing any specifics now, but I think that we can address this issue between this review and when those final murals are indeed manifested. So I think for the sake of time, we will put this aside, and certainly staff is interested in getting your questions and all our questions about the particulars of this issue fully vetted. So if we can move on, then we will open to have the applicant make their presentation.
Good evening and hello again, board members and Vice Chair Six. I'm Ed Devisone, architect with DMHA. I have with me Ryan Mills, DMHA, and Courtney Jane Miller with CJM LA, our landscape architect. All right, just a brief intro. Thank you, Mr. Bauman, for updating the board on where the project's been. So yeah, we did. We're taking a turn back. The board's actually seen 3 distinct styles of this project. So we're going back to the second one, which is, we believe is more in sync with the building that we're proposing to renovate. So, and we're here to, as we were last time looking for PDA, it's pretty similar to what you saw in February of 2021, which was well received. So with that brief introduction, no need to belabor it. I'll let Ryan Mills take you through the finer points. And we do have a view sim. It's also woven into the package. So we've got a lot of 3D views of the proposed package, many which you've seen and some are new.
Great, thank you, Ed. And I think we're actually going to spend the bulk of the time on those 3D views and sims. I think they're the most descriptive, I think, to the proposed changes. But very quickly, page 2, if William, if you just want to track our site photos for our reference, if we want to get back to them. Let's jump to page 6. Just quickly get our bearings on the site plan. So there you go. So to our left is Helena Avenue and the Surf Museum facade on the left side of the screen. So color coded is kind of the main building that we're dealing with. The top left corner in olive green is our subject project for the most part, kind of the tasting room area. The blue just south of it is part of it, more of the storage area. Orange is circulation, connecting some of the tenant spaces, as well as getting out to the back parking lot on the right. The gold ochre color is the beer garden restaurant that's currently open for reference. So really one of the few changes to the plan, if we zoom in to that top north elevation. So this is really the entry facade of our project. It comes off the alley, but this is where traffic is coming and going from Helena over to Beer Garden, and this is really our front door. So you can see in white is our elevator tower, which was there before. But then now just to the right of it, right adjacent it, is additional shaft, mechanical shaft area that makes its way all the way to the roof. So one of the changes you'll see is just that tower element that splits these 2 buildings has grown in width, not in height, but just in width to accommodate that shaft all the way up. So, and then just the other thing to note to the right is the existing parking lot in front of Beer Garden as we know it. And then just the bottom right of the screen, you see our parking machine building. No changes have been proposed to that. And we will cover the locations of the murals when we get to the elevations. Okay, so let's jump to A103, or sorry, page 13. Is the first floor plan, just for a slightly closer up look. And at the end, maybe Courtney will give you some time to go cover more of that entry sequence. But in general, you can see a little more detail of our main tasting room. There you see now labeled the elevator, the vent shaft, and then there's a kitchen below that, and then circulation out. So that's probably all that's important here. Next page. Zoom in a little bit. So this is our roof deck elevation. So again, the dark walls are the new ones. So again, you see on that top right portion, the elevator tower and where it arrives on the roof deck, the well to the right, the shaft. And then just below that is a storage room and then a staircase kind of encased behind the bar element. So that's that plan. And then next page is a roof plan that shows how that all ties together. So again, there's the stair coming up Yep, there we go. Stair starting at the north. Yep, there's our stair coming up to the roof deck. There's our open roof deck area. Notice those two skylights are still there in that, yep, in the middle of the area. Then to the right is the flat or slightly sloping, but a flat roof of the covered bar, outdoor bar. And then just north of that is the parapet for the elevator and the mechanical well. Let's go to page 16, because that's the next plan. We'll start looking at elevations quickly. Try to be quicker this time. Okay, so this is our south elevation facing Cabrillo. It's really an alley of parking. The top is the existing condition. And then, yep, that's the existing condition. And then the lower one is our proposed condition. So again, so the first floor, there's no changes. And then what you're seeing is beyond on the north side of this building is our roof deck element bar. You can see the bar and then the tower to the elevator beyond that. Let's go to the next page. This is our north elevation. Again, an alley elevation. Again, the central kind of circulation point. So on the top one is the existing condition. So everything, you see a dashed red line down the middle of that elevation. So everything left of that is beer garden as it's opened and built today. And then everything right of that is the existing condition. And then as we move down, you can see the proposed north elevation. So here's our elevator tower, which is sort of the predominant vertical piece splitting the bigger building in half. While I'm there, I want to point out, again, not taller, just wider by 3 feet towards the beer garden elevation, towards the inboard. And then you'll notice, I don't know if you want to zoom in. So there's actually, similar to the art, we've indicated, like we used to do, potential signage locations where we think it makes sense. This is how we generally address these things. So you see that blade sign. We think that would be a smart location to see it obliquely up and down the alley. And again, we're just calling that out as a proposed location. We don't have signage, that's for the signage committee, but just in terms of dressing it up, we didn't think that was appropriate because we think this is a good place for signage. Okay, other than that, the glass systems, the storefront systems you see kind of in the middle of this elevation are the same as before. We've slightly moved the entry door, but in general, it's the industrial type openings like you saw and appreciated before. So really no change there. To the right, we see kind of the corner of the existing facade along Helena, that we're letting that turn the corner, really present itself on the corner and integrate that part of the building. And then the new element, which you'll see clearly in the 3D views, is really this stair ribboning up, this exterior industrial stair going up to the roof deck. So let's go to the next page. Okay, so this is the west elevation. Again, on the top, this is Helena, the surf museum facade. So existing condition. Of course, in the computer drawings, we haven't captured all of the whimsical components and pieces that are attached, but there's, I think what was clear before should be clear again. We are proposing to keep all of that in all of its quirkiness. So that is all meant to be proposed or to remain. And then below, really the only change is that roof deck above on that north side of the building. And then this, again, left of the corner, the stairs making its way up. So those are the components. Again, I'll talk through a little more clearly in the 3D views. And then let's see, next page. Our last elevation is from the beer garden side, the Anacapa Street elevation, looking through the parking lot. And again, above the top elevations existing, it's really mostly beer garden and then mechanical screening on top. And then you can see below, the addition is again on the far side, on the Surf Museum side, but the new rooftop bar. And then to the right is the elevator tower and mechanical well. Okay, let's go to sheet 25. talk about the architecture a little bit here. So as before, we're trying to find the balance of the funk zone. It's a little industrial, it's quirky, it's a little beachy. So these were elements that we showed you before that we drew from. So the building, I call it the Kiva building on the top right, the brick building in the funk zone. That was inspiration for, and I think it came up from this board for like the canopy components and the industrial stair, a little simpler, kind of the horizontal nature of the handrail, real simple. So we kind of modeled ourselves after that. Also, let's see, to the middle one, this is the Helena Bakery. This is glass block, but we like that imagery. We have a little bit of glass block, but more just in old industrial store systems, window systems. And then of course, the top left photo was an idea, you know, as part of the signage, we could have a graphic or painting, the idea of a mural on the tower if the board felt that was important. And then the view, let's just look at the view. We can zoom in a bit at this bottom. So this is really how most people will experience the project. So who are here on Helena looking at the Surf Museum, there we have some of the graphics as part of it. So this is the experience. So really what you see is that maintained, you see that building turn the corner into the alley, and then the stair is really the main feature that stands out. Again, so now you can see some of the detailing as it's a metal industrial type stair. We've actually curved the corners of the landings and the top rails. We think there's kind of some interesting elements in that softness, a little dash of deco, which also came up as a comment just because the beer garden had the same dash of deco elements, and we were asked to kind of have some form of dialogue with the beer garden too. So this is an attempt to kind of create a little bit more style out of those industrial stairs. And then if we can,
Mr. Mills, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so let's see.
All right, and then
Let's
beyond it,
pictures.
gosh, I'm so bad at this. I'm too slow. Okay, so the stair tower. So again, the stair is the major feature. You see the elevator tower beyond. Okay, let's, next page. Thank you, Mr. Six. Okay, here's just a rendered elevation with some more imagery. What's important is the stairs. You'll see that kind of turquoise blue color, which finds its way along that Surf Museum facade in all these kind of quirky ways. We're continuing that with that blue turquoise mesh running up the staircase as a design element. It draws the eye up, and it's a good fun way to tie it into the existing facade. Okay, next page. This is important. This is just floating us up, a little drone shot of the rooftop bar. As you saw before, it's hard to see, but we wanted to show you kind of the design elements. So why don't we just zoom into the bar, give you guys the picture. So some of the changes that we had from before were, we had a modern, cleaner, simpler, square, cantilevered roof over the bar. I think the feedback was it was too modern, so we also emulated the staircase. So we're kind of matching the staircase in form. We've brought down these posts, these simple metal round posts. We actually added that dash of turquoise to those two to continue tying the color all the way up. We had some little bit of detail in the fascia, just again, that dash of deco. And then again, cladded in like the steel industrial window glass systems. So again, one is just to add a little layer of texture, and the other is it actually helps with a little bit of sound. It's going to keep a little bit of noise in there and light. Next page. Parking structure. I'll hit this really quickly. No changes. I think it was very well received. I think the point we're making is here we are in Cabrillo looking back at it, and we're proposing 2 locations for murals. It's really as a gateway to this part of the funk zone. So one would be, I'll show you more specifically in elevation, but it's really this corner. So Flora de Maíz is right to our left here in the foreground. And so on this corner, we propose signage and a potential mural right along the street facade, and as well as one facing the valet parking lot on the corner side. So let's go to the next page. And it's to Mr. Olson's question, we're actually not proposing, we don't see it being painted on this building. So we think this building could stand on its own. Maybe it never gets a mural. Everyone wants to do that, but we're imagining because it's metal paneling, it'll be a paneled mural that is attached to the building. That helps at all. We saw this before, I think was well received, just detailing needs to happen. Let's go to the next page. Here's a street shot showing the signage. Well, in elevation, I can show you a little more detail, but that's the same as before. Next sheet. And then here's the Sims. So let's see, are we seeing both here, Ed? Same thing. Can you take us through this sheet?
Sure, let's take a close look here. The top photo is the existing condition. You can zoom in just to that one. So there you can see off in the distance behind the palm tree and the power pole, the building. And if you just pan down, we'll go to the proposed view. Here we're pulling in our proposed project. And you can see the bar kind of behind the big palm there. So that's the actual placement. And then you can see some of the roof deck elements as well from this viewpoint.
All right.
Let's see.
Shall we move
I think
to
that's the last
landscape?
sheet. Yeah.
Well, we have landscape, and then we can look at the elevations for the mural locations.
Okay, so landscape sheets. And then Courtney, are you logged in?
Start with page 9, it looks like.
So Ms. Miller, are there significant changes to the landscape since last we reviewed it? And if so, just skim by those changes, if you may.
I think we're having trouble with your audio. Shall I cover the mural elevations first, Courtney?
Sure.
Can I get a nod?
Yes.
She must be trying to call in. So let's move to page 20.
Sorry about that. I had to call back in as a panelist, I guess. So anyway, if you could go to page 9.
Give us a moment. Yeah, we'll cover this real quick, Courtney, and then we'll go back to page 9. Okay, so at the bottom is in the white box, is our proposed mural location, and it's called out there as a 10 by 30. So quite simply, we're just putting it up on the upper portion of the material change. And then this is the general location of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the next page will show the other mural location on the front piece. So we can go to the next page. There in the upper left hand.
Okay.
So we've identified the two. If you could zoom in, then we can see the size. It's also the sign, as Ryan mentioned, another blade sign potentially.
Over here. Mm-hmm.
And that one is a 8 by 12, so 8 wide and 12 tall.
Mm-hmm.
So a little taller than the other one. As you turn the corner, we want to capture that volume in a different proportion. So those are the murals. So that I'll hand it back to you, Courtney. Page 9. Oh, do you have audio, Courtney?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. Having some issues tonight, I guess. So I'll just quickly walk the board through our plan. I think not much has changed on our side in the past. I don't know how long it's been. In general, we're working with existing planters that were, developed, installed as part of the beer garden part of this project. And so we'll be kind of modifying those based on the new improvements. We have a number of existing trees that will be remaining in place. And you can see those, kind of at the bottom of the plan. There's 2 eucalyptus and I think 3 palm trees. And the area that we will be modifying is shown in the green, solid green color. We also have a number of stormwater treatment areas identified, and that's shown in that kind of darker green patch. And so, we'll have standard bioretention type plantings in those areas. And then the other thing I'll just mention is, the main change to our plans is just the removal of a lot of the vines that you saw as part of the previous design. We're still showing a few of those on the top left side of the plan, but they're noted as optional. And I think in the architectural renderings, you mostly saw vines on that elevator tower. And I think it really depends on whether, we have signage there and, what we really want to do with that building mass on that side in the end.
Ms. Miller, just interrupt. The vines were largely part of the Tuscany design. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So that, like I said, that's changed now.
Yes.
So I think if we do vines, it would be very minimal. We might have 1 or 2 at the base of the elevator tower, and that may be it.
Okay.
And then they've been fully removed from, the original design for the parking lift building.
All right.
The other thing I just wanted to add, just to comment on Mr. Olson's concerns regarding the murals. This may have changed, but when I was on the ABR, I was, also liaison to the Arts Advisory Board, and that board is the body that oversees the actual content of the murals, or at least it used to be. So that's my understanding of how those get approved in terms of what they actually are. So there is a process for that.
So do you have changes on the roof plan of landscape?
I was going to say, if you could go to the next page, we can just look at the roof. I don't believe anything has changed since the last time you saw this. We're still proposing mostly rectilinear planters. Some of them will have green roof panels, some will be fully planted, and then a series of pots. And I believe that concludes my part of the presentation.
All right, thank you much.
Forgotten anything.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other last minute presentation items? Thank you very much.
Nope, just Mr. Chair, we weaved in there responses to the comments raised from the February 2021 comments to this design. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Absolutely, thank you. So with that, we will open public comment for public comment specific to this project. And Mary, do we have anybody out there that wishes to speak?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Six and board members. So I can see that Monique Rodriguez has their hand raised for this item. So I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name's Monique. I'm a local event planner here. I would just like to give my positive feedback for Sunstone Winery. I know the owners personally, Sunstone Winery, Teddy and Jamila, they are a very sweet local family that is all about supporting the community, such as Teddy Bear Cancer Foundation. They already have an incredible membership program, so the business is definitely guaranteed. This will also bring more jobs to the community. I feel like being such a destination location here, this will help to just elevate the whole entire wine tasting experience so people can really have another level of the Funk Zone. We really pride ourselves, I feel like, being from Santa Barbara, creating unique, epic experiences for people here locally and people that travel all the tourists. They're wanting something different. And I think this will really lend itself to that incredible experience when you go to the Funk Zone. If you haven't been to the one in Santa Ynez, you'll see that everything they do is top world-class experience. So I know they're going to give that same feeling. When you go there, you feel like you are family because the whole entire staff treats you like family. So I think that level of hospitality will also be really good to bring to the Funk Zone feel. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm really excited to see this project go through. I know so many people are really rooting for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I can see one more member of the public wishing to speak on this item. So Ben Condron, I have sent you an unmute request and you should have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Ben Condron. I just wanted to echo the sentiment of the previous public speaker. Sunstone Winery is a wonderful business in Santa Ynez, and they will bring a really killer business to the Funk Zone, especially with the proposed rooftop. I'm not familiar with much like that in the city, let alone the whole area. Very exciting, very good people behind the project. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't see any more hands raised for this item, and we did not receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it over back to you, Vice Chair Six.
Thank you, Mary. So if the applicants can dim their screens, and we can bring it back to questions from, no, I don't think we need them to dim the screens. We need to talk to them. Sorry about that. So do we have questions for the applicant?
I have a question, Vice President.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah, could we go back to the last photo sim? I apologize, I didn't catch the number. Actually, I'm sorry, go up a little bit. It's the, I guess it would be a rendering, I'm sorry. The last rendering. Keep going. Right there. Real quick, the wall that is separating, there's a little entry and a walkway to the left of the screen. Is that existing or is that proposed?
Yes, Board Member Noon, that is existing, and there's another one behind the plants that actually connects our patio. You can kind of faintly see it. It's just hard because it's stucco. So it actually, the connection is the next one over. Thank you, Mr. Russell. So those two are existing.
Okay, the wall, the L-shaped wall that we're seeing just in the screen, that's those, both of those are existing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? No. Well, as usual, I have some. So to address our comment on too modern, you've rounded the corners of the stair and have done the tighter mullions. Can you describe it? I see, especially on this rendering, you have what seems like a vertical platina on the stair stringers. Can you describe what you're planning to do there?
Sure. You're talking on the base of each landing. Yeah, that vertical pattern.
And then around the facade of the deck.
Yeah, sure. That's actually, we're proposing, we don't have the specs in front of you yet, but we're actually proposing, I think that was going to be a anodized type finish to the stair. And then the deck is really, it's almost like that that fascia of the deck is like a C channel that will also be anodized. Now, the vertical nature of it, I think, isn't necessarily quite accurate. That's sort of in the rendering, how it patterned it. But the idea is it's a more of just sort of a rough exterior anodized. So we're not intending additional patterning there.
So it won't have a texture or a patina to it.
We intend a patina, but no intentional like patterning or texture like those vertical stripes, no.
So usually anodized aluminum doesn't patina, or does it?
Well, there's a range, right? It comes in like sometimes you see the anodized has a variety of sheen and patterning to it. So I think that was kind of the direction we'd like to go, but on the darker side.
And then the fascia of the upper cantilever, the very top roof is what material? Same thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I see them here. There's probably just a drafting thing with one of the elevations. There's some pendant lamp fixtures that are less apparent from here. All right, I don't think I have any other. The plaster, of course, plaster services will match the existing building.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
With the plaster, the new plaster surfaces will match the texture of the old surfaces?
As best we can. I mean, there's a lot going on with that. It obviously, as new, will be probably a little tidier, but we can, just like we did on Beer Garden, we can actually add some patina to that just to kind of give it a little bit of texture and age.
And then the planter boxes that we see here, are those Corten steel or?
Courtney, can you speak to that spec? I'm not quite sure on the roof deck.
Yeah, so we have some custom planters. I believe the idea is that it would be an aged steel. Let me just check our spec here.
Aged steel?
Sorry, weathering steel, yeah.
Weathering, so it's Corten or weathering steel.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, it's they're intended to be black. So it's an aluminum with a marine grade powder coat in a carbon color, and that's indicated on the second page of our plan.
Okay, very good. So those are my questions. So back to,
I have a follow-up question.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Can we run through any exterior lighting that you are proposing, especially on the roof deck?
Yes, let's see. So, and Courtney, I don't know if we're gonna have to go to a plan. I can't say I know them all offhand. The obvious lighting inside the bar is in the lid of the ceiling, and then we are hanging some pendants inside the bar. And then let's go to the roof deck plan. I'm not sure, Ed, and help me out here. I'm not sure if we have those specified at this time. So the plan should be.
The closest drawing is page 18, at least on the roof side. And we haven't taken a close look at lighting to kind of draw it in. It's really the idea. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Russell, right there. So we've got, pendants hanging under that upper roof deck canopy. That's the main lighting there. But we haven't really finalized the lighting around the stair area and at the entrance. But I presume probably off the elevator tower that's kind of protruding here. We can get a light fixture in there. Or we probably put, we'll definitely put some lights under the landings so that we have some visibility there, and probably we'll have to integrate some step lights on the stair itself since it's an exterior type. And as for the deck itself, it'd be probably some step lights as well integrated to the railing. We'll have to get in there. Not a lot of lighting opportunity, and we haven't solved it yet.
Okay. Okay, that was my question.
Any other questions from board members? Yes, Mr. Olson.
Just one more mural question for the applicant. So did I understand you to say that the mural is not part of your application at this time?
No, we're simply with this application indicating the couple areas that we would like to see or contain to. These are the two potential places murals can go. Is that accurately put, Ed?
Yes, but it is part of our current application, those two locations and sizes.
So if we approve this to go forward, then we are giving you approval to erect 2 murals on this building without knowing whether they might happen or might not happen, as you said before?
That's my understanding per staff's response, Board Member Olson.
We don't really know what we're approving. We're just saying you can have murals. This project, that building can have murals on it.
Yeah, Mr. Olson, in the same way, this is how we generally deal with signage, right? The board over the years has always asked us on a building, kind of accommodate, where do you imagine signage to go? So that's sort of kind of along the same lines. We're saying, there's only a couple places we foresee would be good for murals. So we've indicated where they should go.
But there's a sign committee.
Correct.
Overview that. And I'm talking about, we don't have a mural committee that overlooks what's going to happen. So I have reservations of.
But I believe we do.
Vice Chair Six, can I jump in for a second?
Yes, Mr. Noonan.
I'd like to, I thought Tony addressed that, I'd like to hear maybe staff's comment again, but I thought he indicated that we could approve it without the murals or approve it with the murals. Maybe we could get a clarification on that. I was going to bring that up later, but since we're talking about it.
Yes, board members, Noon and Olson. There is that group, the Arts Fund, that would approve the actual murals per that Funk Zone Public Art and Mural Program. That's an established city program that the ABR approved. I don't know how to address your question. If they disappear, I don't know if the last remaining mural would just stay there. I can find out more information. There's some other, Courtney mentioned another public art group, and I know there's another one called the VAPP, the Visual Arts in Public Places, that oversees things like this. So I think there is oversight for the actual murals themselves.
So if I may, whoever we determined, and if it's us or if it's the art commission or whatever, I think the applicant's intent is to reserve these locations. It doesn't mean that there'll be that and correct me if I'm wrong, applicant, it doesn't mean that given the content of the mural that these would be appropriate sizes or shapes. These are just holding spaces for that potential art, and it might change given future review. But right now they're establishing potential place or an earmark for these murals.
And I'm correct. And I hear them saying that, but it seems like what we're going to give them permission to do is go ahead and put the murals up. And I'm saying, I don't.
No, we're not. We're not. we're not saying that. We're saying that these locations are okay to put murals if they want to put murals. It doesn't mean it be the size of the mural or the shape or the content.
And
Yeah,
my research and my contact with the staff is that I don't believe there's an entity in place that has purview over what those murals would look like when they get ready to put them up.
Board Member Olson, that's not correct. There is an entity in place that I've described a couple of times.
The last time I looked at that had expired. That authority had expired.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
May I just jump in? And, you know, I think our intent was, I think the same as everyone on the board. We didn't necessarily want this to be a free-for-all. The intention was to, you know, hone in on where would a mural be appropriate. It seems like it's becoming a sticking point. Getting the project approved and moving forward is totally valuable to us, not the murals. So we thought we were being helpful in this situation. So if it means that this just needs to be pulled off and be a separate component to find its own path through, I think that would be appropriate. We just don't want to be stuck based on the mural.
I think that might be the solution given some of the views of our members. So,
Vice Chair Six, if I could just clean that up just very briefly. I think that was where my comment was generated. I just wanted the option to, if I chose to accept the project, approve it, I wanted the option to not accept the mural aspect of it as one of our conditions like we do every other things.
okay, I think that's a very workable solution then. Are you okay with that, Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So where are we at? At comments, correct? So I'll start with comments. Mr. Whalen.
Oh, actually, I had a couple of questions, but I'd be happy to segue into comments after that. The two questions, one regarding the elevator tower, the other regarding the stair. And on this, I'll go to the stair first, which shows the view of my question. Are the risers open, Mr. Mills? Because on some of the illustration, they don't look open.
Let's go to page 25. Let's go to that view. And at this point, we do not, let's zoom in there. So we're showing it. Yeah, we're showing it as open, but again, we haven't got to the fine level of detailing out these stairs. So I think what we would intend is some form of mesh, like they cannot, my understanding is they cannot be open on a commercial stair. So, but we don't want it a solid piece. So we're imagining some form of like transparent mesh of sorts.
Right, that's, you followed up on my thought very neatly. And then in regards of the elevator tower, and this may be a question for Ms. Miller, there was one illustration that seemed to show vines intent on growing up the tower. Is that the intention? I can't recall which illustration it was, but it was during Ms. Miller's landscape presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. I think, yes, we'd like to put maybe one vine growing up kind of the corner, which was depicted, I believe, in one of the renderings.
Yeah. So to further drill down on that point, is the intention for the entire tower to be covered with vine?
No.
All right.
No, I think it needs to be more minimal than that, and more artful, you know, so it's not just a big green mass.
All right. Those are my questions. And I'll move into comments with your approval, Vice Chair Six.
Excuse me, Mr. Whalen, let me make sure that everybody else has got their questions. Ms. Anderson, did you have further question? Okay, very good. Mr. Whelan, go for it.
I think overall the design is very satisfactory, moving in good directions. I think the stair assembly is appropriate. The only suggestion I would make is that the elevator tower have some sort of cap or eave or overhang to give it some shadow and tie it in with the rest of the building, which appears to have some sort of gesture around that eave level. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any others?
I have a comment. Go ahead.
Ms. Anderson?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm in fully support of this project as well, and I like the design direction as well. They're here for project design approval, right?
Yes.
Do we normally give that without lighting design, or can we give it without lighting design?
I think we can, yes.
Okay, then I would just recommend like a good lighting plan for the roof deck, the stairs, and I'm in support of the location of the signage on the elevator tower. And what else? I think that was it.
I think, Ms. Anderson, that your point is valid. I think that maybe in our motion that we would understand that the lighting would be minimal and low, in other words, no pole lighting on the roof.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Noon?
Yes, thank you. Can we go down one sheet? I think it was that, maybe that drone sort of view. Well, this one works. Okay. I would agree with both board members so far. I do like the design, the direction. I don't know if it's in the form of a question or maybe a thought. Since there is some question in this shaft, this tower, it's a pretty large piece of architecture. You know, would there be an opportunity, like you've got the vine there, but maybe some of those little punched openings? I know that it's going into a space that's, you know, got an elevator or a shaft in it, but maybe some sort of a spandrel to just, you know, tie it a little bit into the other building. But maybe that was thought of and you didn't like that idea. But I thought that might be kind of a nice addition. And then also about these stairs, I mean, the stairs are really interesting and unique, but they're almost a little bit, to me, I'd like to hear the other board members' comments. Their location almost takes away from that elevation. It's all, you know, I want to see the building without the stairs. You know, if you look down in the left corner of the beer garden, you know, that's a pretty attractive entrance. And then, you know, you've got an opportunity similar to that, but then it's covered up by the stairs, although they're appealing. You know, you look at them, you want to walk up and down them, but I don't know. And I may be confusing myself, but, you know, maybe if they flipped in front of the stair tower, or in front of the tower, just some things that, you know, I'm not necessarily recommending them, but just talking about them out loud to see if you had studied those and if that was, you know, what, if you had, you know, what drove you to this design to cover up that, you know, all that glass in the front.
So are you posing that, Mr. Noon, as a question?
A little bit of both, yeah. A comment and a question, I guess.
Would the applicant want to respond to the location of the stairs, please?
Okay, thanks for the question, Mr. Noon. I'm having to go back sometime to think about our planning. So in terms of the stair, obviously the first big move was protecting the facade on Helena, right? So that was sort of maintaining that quirkiness of the building. So really the place we had to play with was this alley elevation. And the big idea for this project was the roof deck and that amenity for Sunstone. So that's what we were most excited about. So we like the idea that the stair is the design element. It is the new architecture that's being applied to the side of the building. And behind it is really just, we replaced old wall with kind of like this great transparent wall, like the old industrial windows. So the idea, and it kind of makes it more interesting. We have 3D views from the inside looking out, and we love that experience inside to seeing people trailing up and down. That whole wall will be active with life. So we like that it's a feature. Now, I'm completely honest, I can't remember if we studied it a couple years ago or longer where it was pushed farther, but I think we like the idea that those two landings are like the prow of the ship and poking out towards Helena. We intended this to be the feature.
Thank you.
That answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Mr. Olson.
Yes. So I think the application includes the parking garage and parking places.
That's correct.
Pardon me?
That's correct.
So I just don't see how we can improve this without a lighting plan. And so while I think the project is moving in the right direction, and I do think the design is about the staircase, I think that's appropriate, but I can't imagine us going forward with this without having a lighting plan.
Well, maybe for sake of expediting this, maybe we should back up and review the lighting plan for the site. Is the applicant prepared to do so? Hello?
Coming on. Oh.
Chair Six, I mean, there's a lot of lighting around that you've seen already. Are you asking me to go back and walk you through how the site is illuminated and then where we intend to place additional lighting? It's not on plans. All I can talk to you about is the strategies and get commentary from that, but I can certainly walk you through the existing lighting on the existing building.
No, if you're not prepared with pole lights and general lighting plan on the rest of the site, we will act as we need to. So so is that the extent of your comments, Mr. Olson?
Yes.
All right, very good. So my own comment, oh, Mr. Black, excuse me. You're muted.
All right. Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Board Member Black. Vice Chair Six, I was taking a look at the code section and just kind of seeing what would be required for project design approval. And I don't believe lighting is one of those things that needs to be, you don't need to see actual cut sheets of like the lights themselves, or maybe a lighting plan. I don't know if the applicants could mention where the lights are, if any are proposed. I know they mentioned some in the bar, but it doesn't necessarily need to have a full-blown lighting plan for project design approval for us to move forward with that today.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I was gonna sort of reiterate that the need for having it at this point, as opposed to coming back in progress or something for lighting, but because I think there's a lot here that we can approve. So I just wanted to point out, I really do, I'm really quite taken by this stairway, and you know, I'm trying to imagine the experience of going up the stairs with all that glass. You know, there's the experience from inside the tasting room, but also when you're on the stair looking through the glass down into the tasting room, I think would be a wonderful experience on your way up to the bar on top. But Yeah, I just think they've done a really nice job of capturing, from my perspective, the character of the funk zone here. And to be honest too, there was some brief discussion about the vines on the elevator tower. Frankly, I'd rather see it without it, but because invariably what happens is you plant, like a ficus vine on there, and then it grows and grows and grows and gets out of control, and then pretty soon you've got a giant green structure, which I don't think really contributes to the overall design character of this building. So that's my take on it. So, but otherwise, I think it's certainly worth moving forward with design approval.
All right, thank you. My own comments are, yes, I think this is a very successful design. I think that the stair is very exciting. I think that we've reviewed the parking garage and have found it acceptable and exciting also. I just would like reassurances in the selection and the finishes of the materials of the stair structure and the fascias, both on the deck and on the overhang. And, on these iron boxes, it was mentioned it would be a flat black. Well, that begins to say to me modern again, where we didn't want to go. So, whether it can be a galvanized, raw galvanized or whatever, but I'm looking forward to seeing, a lot of texture and patina and on these elements to make it look less modern and less slick, as we had previously had concerns about. But overall, I think it's a very successful project. So, and I think that given the concerns from some board members in regards to the murals, I think that we should just have those come back in a separate time. I'm sure that we need to move this on, and that tiny little tail on this big dog is something that we can deal with later. So is there anybody willing to make a motion? I think before you do, I think the applicant will be looking for, and my opinion is on the lighting. I too have, I think that we generally sense that there'll be no obnoxious poles up here on the up on the deck, and I think that the configuration and the ground level parking, the rest of the site can be handled with very lighting. Good lighting will not be a problem to this talented design team. So I would be prepared to give it a PDA without a full-blown lighting plan at this time. So with that, is there anybody who wishes to make a motion?
I'll attempt at it.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
All right, I move that this project receives project design approval with the following comments. Number one, they come back with a lighting plan that keeps with low lighting levels and only in locations for safety reasons. That they come back with a refined material palette that is also in keeping with the funk zone and with the design direction they are headed. Number three, we will not be commenting on the locations of the murals at this time and save that for another conversation. Number 4, study a refined cap at the elevator tower. And then I can do the project compatibility findings. I can pull those up. All right, this project is consistent with design guidelines applicable for this location of the project. It is compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. It is appropriate in size, mass, bulk, height, and scale for this location. There are no adjacent landmarks or historic resources that we know of. It does not impede any public views of the ocean or mountains, and it has appropriate amount of open space and landscaping.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Mr. Olson. So can we read that back, Mary?
Yes. So let's see. The motion is for project design approval with the following comments. Number 1, provide a lighting plan that keeps with low lighting levels and is only in locations for safety reasons. And provide lighting in locations for safety reasons. 2,
can we hold off on that? Can we say that can be at final approval time? I don't think we need to require, Ms. Anderson, I don't think we need to require a in progress review
for the lighting fixtures
of the lighting of the lighting fixtures and lighting plan.
Really? Okay. I don't know if I agree with that, but if everyone else wants to, then I can change.
No, it's your motion. You want them to come back?
Yeah, I think we should see like a general direction of what they're proposing. We
Okay,
haven't seen anything.
You want to articulate in your motion that we would like to have an in-progress review of the lighting plan and fixtures, as well as the fixture palette.
Material palette?
Material palette.
I see what you're saying. Oh, so you're trying to take out like an extra review?
No, if you feel, and I think most of the board members will support you, that we would like to see an in-progress review of those items.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
All right.
Okay, so we can change it to, yeah, number 1, we'd like to see an in-progress review that includes.
No, number 1, what you're giving it PDA. That was number 1.
Okay.
But then you mentioned lighting plan to be reviewed in a Mr. Mills?
Yeah, my request would be this. Can we just come back? I would hate to be forced to. If we came back and nailed the lighting, I would love the opportunity to get final. But we could always not get final and keep coming back.
Okay.
I just don't want to insert an extra visit if we don't need to. Thank
Okay.
you.
Let's don't. Okay.
I wasn't saying they couldn't come back for final.
Okay, right. So I will.
I think it's understood.
I'm complicating things, so let's.
Sorry to interrupt. It's understood that lighting is part of a final approval.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So as long as we know that they're not getting final approval until we see lighting, then
right.
How they
okay.
Pursue that, it's up to them.
So let's continue the reading without my undue complications.
All right.
Start from the front, please.
Yes, I can go ahead and do that. So the motion is for project design approval with the following comments. So number one was to provide a lighting plan for the lighting that keeps with low lighting levels, and the lighting should only be in locations for safety reasons. Number two, provide a refined material palette that is in keeping with the funk zone and the design direction the project is headed towards. Number three, the board will not comment on locations of murals at this time, but will discuss at a later date. Number four, study a refined cap at the elevator tower. And number five, we have that the board finds that the compatibility analysis findings generally have been met with criteria A through F met.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussions about the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Whalen.
I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Noon, if he feels the elevator tower should be addressed in some fashion to accommodate its mass.
Oh,
yes, yeah, thank you for following up on that, Board Member Whalen. Yes, I would like that added to the motion if Ms. Anderson feels it's appropriate.
Could we phrase that as several board members?
We don't have to specify. So you want to say how would you like to say it?
Just propose, study or propose a modification to the stair tower to reduce its mass.
The elevator tower.
I'm sorry, elevator tower.
Okay, that's fine.
That's sufficient.
That's okay with a second.
Thank you.
Who seconded it?
I approve it.
Oh, you did, okay. Can I add to your motion under the material palette to reinforce their design proposed as less slick and modern? Never mind. It's okay as it is.
Thank you.
So we finally have a motion on the floor.
Well, can we hear that last Mr. Noon's addition to the motion?
From Mary.
Yes, thank you. So I have study or propose a modification to the elevator tower in order to reduce its mass.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're ready.
All right, so I'll start with Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Black.
Yes.
Board Member Newton.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
So our last item in the evening is 720 West Petagrosa Street, the project design approval and final approval. The proposal is for a new two-story residence. Project proposes to retain the existing residence on site, demolish the existing one-car garage, and construct a 1,404 square foot, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom residence and a 472 square foot, 2-car garage. Other alterations include demolishing a 103 square foot porch, new water meter, new gas meter, and new underground utilities. The hedge on the property line will also be proposed to be trimmed. The project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis criteria. urban design guidelines and outdoor lighting design guidelines. Project was last reviewed on November 4th, 2019. So do we have our comments from that date before we introduce the applicant?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. I'm pulling them up now.
Okay.
Excuse me, Will and Vice Chair Six. I think we need to announce the appeal period for the previous.
Oh, shoot.
as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks.
Back up to number 3, we have made a project design approval on 11 Anacapa, and if this approval is appealable to the City Council within 10 days of this date.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you again, Mary. I'm opening up some of these plans now and we'll get those minutes.
Okay, so last time we saw this, we determined that the proposed design is acceptable. The architecture is acceptable and fits well into the neighborhood. Reduce the width of the driveway to the greatest extent possible. Provide as much landscape planting between the driveway and the proposed residence as possible. And contact Park Division to determine what the designated tree is and determine if one can be planted in the parkway, and return with all details required to make the project compatible analysis. So with that understanding, we will introduce the applicant and have his presentation, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Jose Luis Esparza, the architect. And you guys have had a long meeting, so I'll try to make this straight and to the point and short. On the site plan, I think it's the third page on the set. We've reduced the driveway from 16 feet down to 12 feet.
Mr.
Curb cut.
Excuse me, Mr. Russell, I don't see any images here. Oh, there we go.
My apologies, my screen was froze.
Okay.
I was saying that we reduced the driveway width by 4 feet, increasing the landscaping between the building and the driveway. It's also reflected on sheet L1. Let me see. I did talk to the city arborist, and the tree, if you look at right above Pedregosa, that's a new tree proposed. It's a 15-gallon Coriambia piscifolia. Excuse the pronunciation. That's the street tree for Pedregosa. We've also, the change in width of driveway is also reflected on sheets L1 and D1. L1 is on sheet 13. So you can see that now there feels like there's a buffer between the driveway and the building. Then the tree is also called out on this plan, the street tree. And then we go to item 6, which is our provide details. We've provided details on pages 7, 8, and 9. So we've got our porch detail, number 10, our roof overhangs 1, 2, and 3. Number 3 is at the porch, where we have part of it is has a deck over it. That's why we've got the floor system there. You go to page 8. We can see the balcony and the door for the balcony. And then on detail 22, we have the trellis over the garage, and detail 19, which is the railing for that. If we go to page 7, I'm sorry, 9. We have the permeable pavers detail, number 7, and then of course 6 at the building, at the garage, and then just our foundation details. Then we have structural sheets, which are pages 18 through 23. Our green building standards, which are pages 14 and 15. And our energy compliance is on pages 16 and 17.
All right.
And our renderings, which the board had seen before.
Okay.
So on the top right elevations, that would be our street tree location.
Okay. Very good. So we've seen these. Nothing architecturally has changed since we saw it last, correct?
Correct. Just the detailing and the driveway.
Okay, very good. So with that, thank you, Mr. Asparas. Let's open Asparasas. Let's open public comment on this item. So if there's anybody who wishes to speak on this, please raise your hand and follow the instructions from staff.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Six and board members. So at this time, I don't see any hands raised for this item, and we didn't receive written correspondence. So I'll turn it over back to you, Vice Chair Six.
Okay, very good. So do we have any questions from the board members? Mr. Whelan.
Yes, a general question. Thank you, Vice Chair Six. Are we to comment just upon the changes that have been made, or are we allowed to revisit the design as proposed?
Well, it's here for project design approval and final, so you have more leeway, yes.
All right, then. That's the only question I had.
Okay, very good.
Well, no, I'll back up. Mr. Esparza, the project description says that the existing porch, and I assume the trellis, will be removed, but in the drawings, it reappears. Am I correct in assuming the porch will be removed and rebuilt?
The existing house porch has never been proposed to be removed.
I thought I read that in the staff report. Sorry. So
No,
the existing.
sorry, the garage is right up against the wall of the porch for the existing house.
So perhaps I'm mistaken. I thought that the porch extended out towards the street from the front of the existing house.
This is.
Yes, thank you.
No, that is the extent of the porch. I do have a detail where the where the garage and the existing porch meet.
Porch, we're talking about the porch in between the new and the old.
That's right. That's right. So that will be removed and rebuilt, or
no?
Just the stair relocated?
Yes.
What are the changes going to propose for the porch?
Yes, the existing stairs, it has the stairs that comes straight facing the street. That'll be reconstructed on the side. But the porch is going to stay the same configuration. I have a detail on sheet 9 where the two meet. The existing porch or deck, it's a concrete deck. So we're going to keep it, provide a 1-inch space between them, which will flash over the existing guard, but it will keep the whole structure. It's a very substantial porch.
Yes. And am I correct that the porch has a trellis over it too?
Yes.
And what is the fate of that trellis?
We would like to keep it. The way that the building is sited, it'll still provide a good amount of shade, since north is at a 45, so it'll provide morning shade and a little bit of afternoon shade.
But it will abut the new garage by some small fraction, or?
Yes, in a 1-inch separation.
1 inch. All right, those are my questions. Thank you, Vice Chair Six.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan. Any other questions?
I have a quick question.
Mr. Noon.
Maybe the applicant can answer this, or maybe Board Member Black. Can you zoom in, Mr. Russell, to the detail 7, the paver and the driveway edge? Are those pavers adhered to that concrete below, or are they just?
That's a good question. When they've done installation, I've seen it both ways. Some will adhere them, and some will just float them on sand. The border is to keep the rock and the water from going into the adjacent ground. Keeps it stable for moving.
Yeah, my concern was just this, those spreading out and moving, and wanted to get your thought, or even Board Member Black's thoughts on that. But that's my only question.
Well, I think they can probably have a little mortar setting bed to adhere it to the foundation. I think it's an option anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
You need to contain them somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, or I've seen a curb. I don't know if that's the design you're looking for, but okay, thanks. That's my question.
All right, any other questions? So, Mr. Esparza, can we go to your photo sims? On the lower right-hand one, and both really, wouldn't it be better to continue this porch eave, even though it's simply an eyebrow, on that toward the stair in the end of the porch rather than stopping it where it is.
I thought of doing that, but I was having difficulty figuring out how to get it to stay because it's a good distance.
So you can't attach it to the wall in a way that supports.
It's 13 feet 7 inches. So I was afraid that over time it would just start to loosen, if you will.
Okay, no big deal. All right, so with that, do we have any comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have, can you review the exterior lighting for us?
Okay, on page 3, which is sheet number 5 or page 5. This is our proposed light. And on our, so it's hooded, so it's night sky friendly. And then our electrical plan is E1, which is page 12. And we're planning to have the light fixtures at both sides of the, on the driveway side, both sides of that door, a sliding glass door that goes in, and then on either side of the entrance door. And then up on the deck, we have one on each side of the entrance, the balcony.
Balconies, okay.
Decks.
All right, and those are what wattage are they? Are they fairly low wattage? There's quite a few of them.
They're LEDs. They're 315. That seems too large.
So who knows the equivalent?
Yeah, but they're LED.
Okay. Alrighty, so with that, does anybody care to make a motion on this for PDA and final?
I can.
Okay.
I move to approve the project for project design approval and final approval without conditions.
Without conditions, as presented.
As presented.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Black. So we have a motion on the floor.
All right, I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. So I'll start with Vice Chair 6.
Yes.
Sorry, before we do that.
Yeah.
We need
Oh, thanks.
compatibility findings.
All right, sorry, I can do it. I'll read the project compatibility findings. Project is consistent with design guidelines. It's compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. It's appropriate, its size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are appropriate. It's sensitive to adjacent landmarks of which and historic resources of which we are aware of none. The public views of the ocean and mountains are not obscured. Use of the open space and landscaping is appropriate.
Is the seconder okay with that reading?
Yes, I am.
All right. So now we have a motion on the floor.
All right, thank you. So I'll start with Vice Chair 6.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Block.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
So this is an appealable decision, and anybody who wishes to appeal to City Council this decision can do so within 10 days of this date. So with that, I think we're finished with our business. Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.